Hey guys, just waiting to see which way the team's split. And then we'll get up in the air. I've been doing a bit of flying for the past, honestly, like 2 hours off stream, and it has been an absolute shit show, so don't expect much from me today. Did not go well at all. You know what? Fuck it. I'm sick of waiting around. Hey guys. Not sure how long today's stream is going to be. I'm a little bit sore, but we'll see how we go. We have our R60s back, so at least that'll be one less excuse for me if I fuck up today, which I probably will. Probably will. Just get my tracker recentered, so I've been fidgeting around again. Yeah, it was a bit of a long one, Saber. Bit of a long one. Need a haircut really fucking badly. It's starting to get to the point where it's annoying. This Mozdok is like Station 8, 9? 9. Hey, Tricker. I'm glad I wasn't streaming the last mission. You'd have been very ashamed of my F5 flying. I'm very out of practice. Full mullet. No, like, once it gets to a certain point, it just becomes annoying, and it's already past that point. Besides, it's going to start heating up soon, and long hair is not something you want to have here in the summer. I need to fidget around some more and get myself comfortable, or as close as I can to it. Bio, he's a former Tomcat Rio. And it's because he did a video about myths on the F-14, and the biggest one he wanted to bust was that the Tomcat was designed as an interceptor. So I said how it's funny, a lot of people seem to attribute that status to aircraft that it doesn't belong to, and I gave the 104 as an example, and he asked about it, because he'd always heard it referred to as an interceptor as well. So to give you guys a shortened version, The reason the F-104 gets picked up as an interceptor, other than the haha, it doesn't turn well, it goes fast and climbs well thing that everyone uses to be their sole characteristic to judge interceptor or fighter, it was actually adopted as an interim interceptor for like a year by Air Defense Command, because the F-102 and F-106 were in development hell, and the bomber gap was the prevailing sort of thought in the US Air Force at the time. So they figured they needed something, anything, that could get up in the air quickly and kill bombers. So they tried to press the F-104 into the role, and it absolutely fucking sucked at it. Air Defense Command hated it, and within a year got rid of all of them, gave them to the National Guard instead. So it was officially an interceptor for less than a year, and yet that's the role that everyone seems to associate it with. Hey, Real CS. Yeah, the pilots liked it, but the actual, you know, the brass, who knew what their job was supposed to be, and what they needed to do that job, did not like it at all. It was not suited to the role. Interception is about more than just being fast and climbing well. You generally also want decent range or endurance, if not both, which it didn't have. You want a good radar, which it didn't have. You want some kind of radar-guided missile, which it didn't have. And you want some way of tying into the ground control network. In the case of the US, that would be SAGE, which, you guessed it, it didn't have. So it was not well fitted to that role at all. It was purely a stopgap. Quite common for aircraft of that era. You know, they'd be designed as air superiority fighters. I just lost a tire. They'd be designed as air superiority fighters or fighter bombers or something, but they'd get pressed into the interceptor role briefly just to fill the hole while something else was still in development or deployment. So we're off to a great start. Barely off the runway and we've already blown a tire. I don't even know how. Don't need them, but they're useful to have, you know. I need to like get some Bondo or something and build the front of my throttle detent back up because it's worn down over the years.
Hiya, you know bad at plen. Me bad at plen, you very good at plen.
I'm terrible at plen. Absolutely terrible at plen. But thanks to the resub, man. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Alright. The mission is Phone Booth, which is one of the ones I usually enjoy in the 21. I should enjoy it especially now that we got these bad boys back. But we'll see how we go. Oh, guys. Really? I specifically waited for 5 minutes before I chose red because I wanted to make sure the team wouldn't stack. And it stacked. Well, we'll go round to Cap over Beslan and see if anything turns up. For R13M. I don't think he's added him. He might have. But I'm going to stick to the 60 for now. In fact, what I'm going to do, instead of sitting down here, I'm going to climb up a little. We'll get some altitude and we'll just orbit around nice and high and wait. Hey, Raccoon. In the VOD for the helicopter mission last night, I was yelling at the screen for you to have Zerg fly while you figured out the throttle. Yeah, I keep forgetting I can just hand the controls over when I need to futz about in the cockpit for stuff. It doesn't really matter anyway. We made it back, I just fucked up the landing. Usually those are the kinds of things that I know, but they don't actually, like, occur to me until after I needed to know it. Happens a lot. You've heard of brain fog. I have, like, great thick clouds of moisture so, like, dense they're basically water. That's what I have. I'm gonna practice the 21. I mean, yeah, if you want to hop on, but you won't have much to shoot at until more blues get on. We got 2 now. I specifically waited until, like, Red had 1 guy slotted up in a MiG and 1 guy in TACCOM, and then Blue had 1 guy in an F5, so I was like, I'll go Red, someone else will join Blue, it'll work out. It didn't work out. Mind you, it never does. Hey, Legolas. When's the update? It's meant to be tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow or later today or something? Yeah, the teams are a little unbalanced. I say a little, they're quite unbalanced. We need more blues. But we also need people on red to, you know, who are going to speak. Comms has been very quiet so far today. 3 MiGs against 2 Tomcats and 6 F5s. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I saw Tricker's perspective of that. I didn't realise you guys were so badly outnumbered. I was kind of tempted to get on, but I was like, nah, not today. If I'd known that, I might have.
Radio check.
Loud and clear.
Check.
I don't think I'm scary enough to make people switch teams to avoid me. Davey is. I'm pretty sure I've seen people do that to avoid getting shot down by Davey, but not me. I'm not that good. Yeah, those 14s are fucking scary when you get into a merge with them. I'm just glad that the ones I tend to merge with in the 21 are usually distracted by somebody else or just, like, bad. R3R to the face solves that. Yeah, it is. Like, Saber and I were flying it, what, like 2 weeks ago, Saber? 2-3 weeks ago? And it was the only time I've flown the F-14 in Cold War for months. Like, it's difficult to get in it, and once you do, you feel like you're responsible for it. Like, oh, I'd better not waste this thing. Kind of like the 29s. Every time I get in the 29, I play super cautiously, and I end up doing nothing all match. Oh, it's gonna call the wrong fucking EWR again. Lightbeat the Paladin, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. When I fly the F-14, there are blue F-14 parts that eject on the parking spot and fire on you while they have a human rear. Yeah. Yeah, you do seem to be cursed with that. I don't remember offhand what we ended up getting, Saber, but it was pretty decent. We got shot down once and I ripped our wings once. I thought we got shot down, but I ripped our wings trying to evade a missile. I don't know how I did it, considering the Tomcat can pull 20 fucking Gs without breaking its wings currently. I must have just got unlucky. Uh-oh. Concerning? Herbst. Am I about to get friendly fucked, or is there a saber hiding down here somewhere? I'm close enough to be picking up hawk locks from Nulchik. I shouldn't be. Pretty sure. Nothing behind me. Very confused by this. I mean, I feel like I'm getting side-lobed by a SAM, maybe? But I don't know what it would be locking. Because look, that's Beslan there. So I'm well and truly in friendly territory. Absolutely no idea. It's not him, he's too far out. The only thing I can think of is I'm about to get friendly fucked by someone in the 21 that doesn't know how to IFF. It's, when you're getting mystery radar locks, and there shouldn't be any reason for friendly air defense to be pointed your way, that's usually what it is. But then again, he shouldn't be able to consistently lock me this low. Like, even though the 21's overperforming at low altitude radar-wise, he still should be losing me in the hills. No idea. Excellent, we can go land at Beslan if we need to. Excuse me? Did I seriously 0G that? Oh shit. How the fuck did I manage that? Well, we found our customer. Don't pull so hard. The red and black stripey zone on the AOA gauge is red and black stripey for a reason. If you stay out of that, you shouldn't have any issues. Remember, the plane's not going to stop you from pulling too hard. There's no fly-by-wire in this. So the guy I was going after got splashed. That's a friendly in front of me. However, 304 for 50 should be incoming from Malchik. Feels okay for one fight, maybe. And we'll head back to Beslan and rearm there. Looks like the friendly's coming with me. Good. There we go. So really, I shouldn't be able to detect him at this altitude until he's, like, almost off the nose. But most radars in DCS are overperforming, to be honest. Especially the older ones. Lost him in the ground. Not sure we're going to get him back. I don't see him. Don't see him. Somebody down there. Oh, right below me. He's radar locking me. Somebody is. It's a Saber. I won't keep up with him in that turn. I mean, I could, but it's not a good idea with another guy around. So we'll go over. And I lost sight of him. I've had so much trouble keeping my eyes on people lately. That was okay for now. 335 for 3. Let's see. Cool. Looked like a guy, right? Is that an F5 or the 86? It's the 86, I think. Fuck, I've already lost him. How am I so blind all of a sudden?
There we go. See the saber, I didn't see where the other guy went, he dived down.
Hi guys.
Or is that a 15? Shit. No, it's a saber, it's smoking. Hello. Splash saber. Still flying. No, he's not.
Nice kill.
What are you? 15? Yeah, 15. Let's go back to Beslan. I'm not gonna get greedy. Good timing because we're getting low on fuel. And Beslan is channel 10. Patch notes just dropped, I'll check them out later on. Yeah, it is. It is. It's the only way to tell a Sabre and a 15 apart in DCS, unless you're right up his tailpipe, is whether it smokes or not. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I decided to start a little early today because I was on earlier playing off stream and Alpin said the next mission was phone booth. And I tend to enjoy this one, so I figured I'd stay on and start up a little earlier than usual. Concerning? Don't see anything behind me yet.
Guys, somebody know how to see point from F10 on AV8 area by ATHS?
Just asking questions about steer points for the Harrier. Hey Jazz? It's 3 AM, what the fuck are you doing awake? I woke up like yesterday afternoon, my sleep cycle's absolutely hosed. Somebody's following me home, but the Cub's engaging them. Just gotta watch for shots behind. Cub should hopefully deal with him. That's Mozdok there, which is where I took off from. I didn't hear what it was about the Harrier, something about steer points, but like, I don't know why he's asking now. On Cold War, you know, on red team, so not only are there no Harriers in this server, but you're asking the team that's least likely to know how to use it. I'm a little concerned about that. Oh yeah, this guy's really after me. Better get myself on the ground quickly.
Jesus. I don't have the fuel for this. How did he make it through all those cubs and not take a single hit and still catch up to me? That's impressive. That one. Yeah, it's pretty much been my last couple of days, Thug. Like, just sleep for 2 hours, wake up, stay awake for like 6 hours, fall asleep again for another 2 hours. It's my second jab Friday morning and taking off work and going out, given it's Freedom Day for us then. Nice. I got my my second a while ago, so I'm all good to go now. Just waiting for the ACT to... I mean, I can go into the ACT because I live right across the border, but the rest of the family can't at the moment.
Oh, sorry. Sorry for what? I think I shut off MiG-15.
Oops. People on now. I'm still kind of stacked. Still a lot stacked. And even with all those aircraft, we couldn't defend fucking Beslan. 2, 3. Yeah, if you're within a certain distance of the border, you get basically... You can go either side of the border, but only, you know, within the bubble, so to speak, and only for legit reasons. Oh. I need to remember as well, even though I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything, flip that into combat mode. It should do something, I just don't think it's modeled in DCS. So I got, what, 2 F5s and a saber, and then we got all of this.
Первый, 105-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 105-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 334. Удаление 25 на 5000. Расходитесь.
I got 3 different versions of the attacker. What, in the patch? That hit a lot sooner than I was expecting it to. Did it get the 9M220O? Did it? Because, oh boy, if it got that thing. Oh, that's filth. That is such filth. That's gonna make so many people so mad. Holy fuck.
Первый, 105-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 105-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 0-0.
It's ATGM. It's a more modern one than the Hind currently has. It's like the next step up from the Sturm. Dude, the 220O is so dirty. Is he lined up on this side? I can't tell where he went. I'm just gonna hold my takeoff run for a minute. Because I don't want to fly face first into somebody. I think he is coming this way. Oh yes, he was. Good thing I waited.
Первый, 105-й.
Bruh, someone just got splashed right next to the airfield.
105-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 354. Удаление 21 на 1000. Дистанция не меняется. 15-й, 106-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Takeoffs are so bad today. Jesus.
Первый, 106-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 106-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 255. Удаление 60 на 2000. Расходитесь. Первый, 103-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 265. Удаление 50 на 500. Дистанция не меняется. Первый, 103-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
It's not out yet, but it should be coming soon, I think.
103-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 2
It's still semi-automatic command to line of sight. It's not laser beam riding like the Vicar is.
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 106-й, первый. Обнаружена первый. 102-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't checked what they are yet, though.
Первый, 103-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 290. Удаление 70 на 3000. Расходитесь. Первый, 103-й.
where the enemy encampment is. It's like our underground guys have been working it over. Easily, you need 32 for most multiplayer missions. RAM is one of the few things where you really can't skimp in DCS. You can get away with an older video card, you can kind of get away with an older processor, but you cannot get away with not enough RAM. I'm not going to push any further east just yet, because that way is Nulchik, and their FARP is somewhere over there, and also Nulchik is hostile. We do have friendly ground troops that we need to support, but I'm not geared up to do that. And I don't want to play fucking catch with Avengers or Chaparrals, so we'll just chill out here and kind of fly a bit of a bar cap, try and stop them from pushing into Beslan if we can. Maybe. We still outnumber them, but they picked up another at least, so 3 F5s now. This would be more efficient up higher, obviously, for fuel, but it's easier to see things down low. And if I need to go evasive, if somebody tries to ambush me, it's easier down here. Plus, I'm so close to Beslan, I'm not that worried. If I was pushing out further, I'd fly higher. But I'm like maybe 40-50 kilometers from it at most, which is easy. Server probably won't update until after this mission. We'll see how the population goes. If it starts thinning out because people are going to go patch their game or whatever, then I might find something else to do for a bit, for the rest of the stream, rather. Not exactly an action-filled mission so far, but well.
Oh, he lives there.
15-й, 107-й, занят сынок.
Half a mind to load up some air to ground. I might do it when I stop off for fuel next.
One more from me, Uneventful.
I think the rest of my team's pushed way out ahead, which is, I mean, we got the numbers to do it, but I don't like doing it on this mission. Because it gets a bit dicey real quick. Kilometers away, yeah, right. Yeah, they're way out there. Hey, Rama. They look like they're having a fun time, so they probably won't need any help over there. How's the day today? Dead quiet. I shot down one Saber, got shot down myself as I was about to land, and nothing since.
Got him.
I was flying a little before the stream. I was mostly doing ground attack stuff on blue, and it went absolutely terribly. As to be expected of me flying blue and or doing ground attack. We'll land now and pick up some bombs or rockets or something. I'm not good at it, and I don't really do it that much, so it's not really my concern. Where are you seeing MRC? Where?
Near Georgievsk.
Why are they up there? What are you doing? Don't fly the way to Minvodi, just wait for them down near Nalchik.
No need help. Thanks, I got him.
No one's gonna be able to help you, my dude, if you're off in the fucking sticks. Ooh, what's going on there? It's gonna be a really overweight landing. Really? That could complicate things somewhat. Let's do a pass and check. Mine's already about halfway there, Saber. There's a helicopter down there. It's a Mi-8. Where are these alleged enemy units? Did the script misfire? Yeah, I think the script misfired.
Someone have Harrier AV8.
Why are you asking about a Harrier on the Cold War server on Red? I don't get it. Proper pattern, continue for a minute past the far beacon. You should know by now, we don't do proper stuff around here. This is already further than I would usually go on downwind. I would have normally already turned in by now. Tickle the brakes because I'm not slowing down quickly enough for my liking. There we go. A little fast. That's okay. Dead infantry all over the fucking runway. Oh man. Serious FOD hazard here at Beslan. Oh, they've all disconnected, really? Fucking hell. It's a bit beyond swearing, though. Let me just... I'm considering going blue. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 MiG-21s. Me 8. Enemy 24. I mean, most of these guys aren't even on comms, so they're not going to be particularly effective, but still. Fuck it, we'll take the opportunity to do some air-to-ground practice. What do I want? Yeah, sure, these might be interesting. Probably not going to hit anything with them, but it should be interesting.
Заправка по плану.
Hey, Mesa.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
2, 3. Yeah, so I've heard.
Командир, борт заправлен.
A couple times on this mission I've landed on the runway while the infantry was still fighting over it. In one instance I wiped out an American machine gunner with my left wingtip. That was probably the most frontal aviation thing I've ever done in DCS. Okay, bombs are on. We'll flip tactical release once we're in the air, or just take guard off of it so I remember. Helps if I turn that off. He'd better not be on the fucking runway.
Ассистент.
I'm gonna go all the way down the end. I'll backtrack to the end because I'm gonna be quite heavy with these on. He is on the fucking runway, of course he is. That's the same guy that nearly team killed both our Su-25s during the nuke event. Like, I don't know what is going on with Red Team lately, but boy, it's just... ugh.
Goodbye, guys.
Ассистент. 107. Взлет. Ассистент. 107. Взлет.
That's the problem, is most of our really good players are on fucking vacation. They're taking a break from the server. Like, Kirk's been away for a while. The other thing is I'm going to have a hard time finding this convoy with Mark 1 eyeballs. I'm not going to have a GCR to talk me onto it. Bombs are on the outboard, so we go 3 and 4. Oh, well, we found them quickly enough. Getting shot up by somebody, might be behind. Not sure what speed they're moving at, I guess we'll find out. Looks like they shot him down, maybe? Okay, we want a 45-degree dive. No, I didn't yet, Seal. Server hasn't either. Oh, fuck. I missed. I was just ahead of him. Probably should have given myself more space to roll in. Well, I guess we're air to air until I burn off a bit more fuel. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Teams are still a bit fucked. That's more like it. 234 for 9. Oh, sorry. 294 for 30. Other way around. There's our customer. Got one enemy inbound from the river entrance into the valley near the enemy convoy. Fucking nice if I can see him visually, huh? Imagine having working eyeballs. There he is. I see him now. Check 6. One of you just got merged. You got an F5 behind you. Over the river, check 6. And of course he turns into me. You're kidding me, I fucking lost sight of him. Oh, for fuck's sake. How? How did I lose sight of him that close to me? There. Hope that's him and not a MiG. It's an F5. I think. No, that's a MiG. Fuck. Shit. By the convoy. Look for flares, I got an F5 behind me. Okay, he shot both his missiles. We're just gonna have to outrun him and hope for the best. Oh, the MiG by the convoy, there's an F5 on my tail, I need help. I'm heading towards Beslan. May as well fucking talk to myself. There we go. Thank you. He's on you again. We're in a left-hand circle, just south of the river, near the convoy. Can't quite get an angle. Can you turn right, drag him? I'm above him, but I can't get angle for a shot. Okay, he's turning with me, I think, not with you. Fucking playing with your food and kill him. Can't even see him. Oh, there he is. He's in front. Mig, if you don't have any missiles break off, I can put one in him, but you're too close. Probably won't make it, but we've got a second. Missile out. Might not make it. Yeah, it didn't. This guy's running for dear life. How am I on fuel? Getting low. He's come out of burner. Can't afford to chase him anymore. He got away. Getting quite low on fuel here. But we should be close enough. 32 kilometers. We'll be fine. Just gotta come off the power a little. So using Reshade and VR for a bit of sharpening, you can actually see ground units. Doing better than me, I can't even see aircraft anymore, and I'm not even in VR. Convoy's getting awful close. That's it down there. At least it's being shot at. Can't see what by, probably a Heinz attacking it or something. I'm gonna have to do a real quick turnaround because as soon as that fucking thing hits the airfield, we're gonna lose it. The airfield, that is. I don't know if we lose the mission. So I'm not sure if Blue pushed into Nalchik yet. I think they might have. Hey tankers. She's a beauty. Absolute beauty. 2, 3, get my takeoff trim set. And now, we very quickly need to go rearm. Get back in the air. Because of that. I'm actually going to go down the end of the runway, turn around and rearm on the threshold. That's spawn Su-33 on Forrestal. How dare they? How dare they?
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 104-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 2,
Already jettisoned the chute? Yes, I did. And the nose wheel has decided to shimmy on me. It does that sometimes. Okay, there we go.
Первый. 104-й. Дайте курс на точку. 104-й, первый. Курс на точку. 089. Удаление 50. Заправка по плану.
Still have my belly tank attached. Didn't realize I was still carrying it. Well, not anymore.
104-й, первый. Озабоченная группа. 292. Удаление 60. На 5500. Расходитесь.
S-24s would be a better choice for what I need to do here, but like they'd be a little too easy, I think. I need to get some bombing practice in, especially the cluster bombs, because I almost never use them, so we'll take the opportunity. At least the teams are evening up now. Come on. I'm going to go ahead and flip this. This is a bad idea, but I'm going to flip this to armed on the ground. Well, it'll probably switch it back when it finishes rearming me anyway. And I'm going to arm the gun on the ground as well, because I need to be ready to go as soon as the wheels are up.
4-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 104-й, первый. Обнаружена цель. 284. Удаление 80. На 60. Расходитесь.
Another 21 on the runway.
Командир, борт заправлен.
Come on.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
I heard about the new mission, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet. Oh, that's promising. There's shit exploding just over there. Come on. Up we go. Oh, this is sketchy as fuck. My ground units are getting killed. Where are they? They're coming from this direction.
Copy check 124.
Loud and clear. Oh, fuck.
Chase.
Beslan's about to be overrun.
Ah, so you finished the first and second objective?
Somebody did, yeah.
Yeah, good job. I'll try my luck in the Mi-24. The airspeed to this switch, do you turn that on or do you keep it off?
Leave it off, leave it off.
Okay. Yeah, manual says keep it off. Not the manual, but the training mission.
That's gonna be super inaccurate, but whatever. I'll take what I can get. Oh, they didn't come off because I'm dumb and I forgot to make sure I had the correct pylon selected. We'll consider that one practice. Patch is out, by the way. Well, I'd see whoever's attacking them with me is having quite a bit more effect on target than I am. Fuck's sake. Man, the cluster bombs on this thing fucking suck, huh? Absolutely fucking suck. Didn't even get a single one. No, the Apache's not out. At least as far as I'm aware. The patch is out, yeah. Not the Apache, the patch. Oh my god. Yeah, I got wing damage, so I'm not going to be able to dogfight now. Awesome. Love it. Next time I'll just use the fucking rockets. Yeah, I have to go back to Wasdog and repair.
So the enemy tanks are already there or still approaching?
They're about 200 meters off the end of the runway.
Oh, okay, so they're there.
The RBK. I mean, I can still fly it, it's just if I get into a slow turning fight, it's going to kill itself because the left wing's... It's trying to roll into the left wing. Whichever one he gave us, I didn't check. There was only one that we got given. Probably the 250. Oh, no, because it was on the outer wing stations, it would have been the 250. It wasn't HE. It was HE and heat mixed. Anyway, you can see why I almost never do out-of-ground stuff. I can take out buildings, like I can bomb buildings and runways somewhat competently, but I cannot hit vehicles. At all. I don't have the patience to practice. I'm bad enough at air-to-air these days. If I'm going to practice anything, it needs to be that. What vehicles? They're Bradleys, I think. Pretty sure they're Bradleys in this mission. This might be an interesting landing. Yeah, I mean, when we did the helicopter mission, close air support, that one, like, what, a week, 2 weeks ago? We had the entire of Red's tank force rolling through a valley. It looked fucking amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Yeah.
I didn't check the updates file. Do I have to update the server?
You probably will, I'd imagine. It's a pretty huge patch.
Yeah, because my game's still running like for 6-7 hours, probably yours as well.
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention to that. Yeah, I'll check it out afterwards. Like we have some attacker missiles. Zogberg with me on TeamSpeak just told me that.
Oh, forget the attacker, we've got the 9M220O.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. I've got to update the server then.
That got him. It is fun, yeah, it's a lot of fun. It has its flaws, but it is just so much fun to fly.
Первый, 109. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 109. Первый. Обнаружена цель. 307. Удаление. 45.
Perfectly normal landing approach. Nothing to see here. A little fast, but I don't want to slow down too much just in case that wing drops out from under me. Down you go. Down you go. Come on. There we are. Oh, she's a little bouncy. Well, that's one of the nice things about the 21, is that unlike the 18, 16, or even the 14, it does not take much to learn. You can learn this plane in about an afternoon, I reckon. It takes a while to get good at, but learning it, not too difficult. I got an old chick. Although I kind of expected they would. I'm surprised they didn't get it earlier. Shit. Not that it actually does anything in DCS at the moment, but I should have switched that to cage mode before landing. It's one of those little real-life things where you make very expensive damage to the aircraft if you don't do it, but in DCS it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's sending Sam's at Mozdok into a frenzy. We're out of R13 M1s already? Jesus. How the fuck did that happen? R3R is probably not going to be much use this mission. I doubt they're going to fly high enough. S-24s are probably going to be... like, they'd be good, but the Bradleys will probably be dead by the time I get there, so... we'll just go light load. Yeah, we'll go light. Tried to tell AI MiG-21 to attack Bradley with heat. RBK smoked it. Here's the essential difference, Seal. The AI can aim. I can't. I missed. Like, I think I narrowly missed, but I missed. Or the bomblets fell around it and drew its outline. I don't know. Like, I'm just not good at out of ground, so I wasn't expecting anything from it. Catch you later, Cathorius. Minute and a half. It is, yes. In fact, recently when I've played this mission, it's usually the first thing I fly. But today I just hop straight in the MiG. Go ahead and set this to standby, so once I actually get the engine running, it'll just start warming up right away. Oh yeah, without pedals it would be difficult. I find the trim's easier to get used to than most helicopters because it has the like the actual thumb trim hat as well. So what I usually do is I'll use a trim button for like big adjustments, and then if I need to make a small tweak, I'll just use a thumb hat. But it works out pretty well for me. All right. Everything else is on. We should be good to go. Someone hanging around again. That boy's angry. 130 for 14. Somebody coming in from the southeast, actually, which is surprising. Shit. Somebody right over Mozdok. I just got a merge call.
That's bad news.
Tunguskas are angry.
I see him flying east over the runway. If that's not you.
No, I'm still on the ground. Jesus. There's Sam's going out from everything here at the airfield. Blues that are on today are not Sam Shy. They chased me all the way to Beslan and shot me down as I was about to turn onto final during my first sortie, so... They're not afraid of our air defense, which is worrying. His inbox is full again. Yeah, I had that problem like a couple months ago. I was trying to send him something and I couldn't, so I had to just tack it onto the end of an existing fucking message. Oh man. He's got to clean it out.
Первый, 103. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103. Первый. Обнаружена цель.
Did that guy go down or did he just run away? I'm not sure. Hopefully he went down. I don't want to get popped on takeoff. Uh-oh.
Первый, 103. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103. Первый.
162 for 60. Oh, radar is alive. Good.
1500. Расходитесь.
So they're right over Beslan.
15. 110. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Whole ass over there. Chew through my belly tank in the process, which is good.
Первый, 103. Дайте курс на
I
ближайшую
took rockets
цель.
from Beslan. B-21.
103. Первый.
I keep getting call-outs for somebody over Beslan. I'm heading straight there.
80 на 500. Дистанция не меняется.
Got a Frankfurt flight here.
Is it beeping all the time? That's a radar warning receiver. It means that there's a radar looking at me. In this case, it's the friendly air defense radar and early warning radar that are behind me at the airbase I took off from. Belly tank's gone.
Первый, 103. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Hey Steve. 7-8 for 80. Too far out for me. I'd rather just stay around this area and cover the friendly assets than push out. So I get caught alone over by Nalchik, it's not going to go well for me.
Frankfurt just did a flyby, nothing's firing at him. Not sure what's left. Mountains, one strike on the southwest of
Two friendlies in front of me.
southwest, copy.
Should be off FOP over that way, I think, in that direction. Heard from Pom lately? Why, what's he done now? Should I be concerned? No, he's been posting in my Discord when he gets the time to. Sounds like he's been having about as much fun a time as you can, you know, while dealing with, I think it's A school he's doing now. Wench German, I'll be concerned about Pom, yeah, really. Well, he hasn't streamed lately because he's up at Great Lakes. He probably won't be streaming again until early next year. I think he said like March or May or something next year. No, you can't, Meek. Only hostiles.
Good job.
Первый, 103, дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 103, первый, обнаружена цель. 2, 9.
I forget what he's doing. It's something to do with electronics.
Just alarm and get rid of the rockets.
Первый, 107.
He has said it multiple times, I just, you know, have a very aerodynamic brain with no wrinkles, so I've forgotten the name for it already. But hey! He did, yes. He did indeed. Oh wow. It said shortly, I didn't realise it would be that shortly. Let's see which mission's next. I finally got an update, even if it was just to update the damage model. Did it? I noticed that they added over-G damage to it fairly recently, like maybe a month or 3 ago, because I've noticed a lot more F5s ripping their wings when they do that fucking 12G missile avoidance pull. Oh, behind enemy lines. This is a pretty decent mission, to be honest. What do I want to fly? I think I want to do a helicopter. Give me a moment, I will unhook my pedals. And hopefully I'll be able to remember I just wound it 10 clicks on the damper. So I always forget how much I wound it up. Although he might actually update the server since he just disconnected. We'll see. If he does and the server goes down, I'll probably play something else. Because I've still got to update my own DCS as well. That was concerning. I thought my PC was about to shit itself. E3 shy. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it is Saber. It really is. Well, pretty much all the warbirds are, to be honest. Can't load any airborne troops, that's fine, didn't expect to be able to. What limits has he set for this mission? Okay, well he hasn't. Good. We'll roll with that then. We'll go... Oh! Okay, I think he just took the server down to update it. So in that case, give me a moment guys. Jeez, my PC's struggling today. Probably needs a restart. Give me a moment, I'll find something else to do for a bit.
Расчет простой и цели нам ясны. Ну что ж, тогда еще по сигарете. Друг другу мы останемся верны. Иначе нам не жить на белом свете. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон. Мерцают в солнечных лучах вершины гор. Но почему не вдохновляет нас простор? И почему-то не ласкает взор наш небо? Здесь где-то рядом вы живет и небо. Здесь где-то рядом притаилась смерть. И потому
Damn, 3-try.
жмемся к скалам, а впереди нас
I will I'll have to try and watch that. Let me know when it is, drop me a DM or something.
Благословит нас Всевышний на удачу. Нам кровь из носа надо выполнить задачу. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район, где бой ведет десантный батальон. И мы взлетаем и уходим в тот район.
Is that the one that's gonna have the special event for the F1? Because I couldn't remember when that was supposed to be. I knew it was meant to be October, but I couldn't remember what day. Sweet. Yeah, I'll definitely try and catch that one. So I think what we're going to try and do, and I'm already jinxing myself, I haven't even said it yet and I've already jinxed myself. I think what we're going to try and do is pick up MSFS, maybe fly a bit more of our Eastern adventure. But if there's a massive fucking update for this, like there's going to be for DCS now that I've closed the game, we might do something else. We might do some GHPC or something. I do actually want to get some more OG IL-2 on Koti, but I need to finish rebinding my shit first, because when I actually, when I got the control panel off Monk, it required me to rebind everything because it fucked up the IDs. Like the game couldn't figure out which peripheral was which. I'm gonna have to do the same thing for Clips of Dover, which is kind of annoying, but hey, it's worth it. Definitely worth it. This thing's fucking amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a drink, so I'll be right back. It wants an 8GB update, which is, well, 9GB actually, which is big, but it's smaller than the DCS update. So we're just going to roll with it. It gives me a couple minutes, well, probably more like half an hour to chill out and have a drink and chat with you guys. So bear with, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and once MSFS updates, we'll play that. Also, I moved the packages from it over to an actual SSD, so it should run a bit faster. Actually, no, sorry, no, I did. That's right, because I want to... they were on a hard drive before? I don't even fucking remember. Right, be right back. I'm updating MSFS because we go on a Pripyat today, my dudes. It's going to be a while, so I can just sit here and chat to you guys while we wait. And then after the stream I can get DCS updated, and once that's good to go, we'll try out the new toys next stream, I think. I'm also eagerly awaiting the next Gonna Heat PC patch. I don't know what's going to be in it. It probably will just be, you know, gameplay enhancements or bug fixes, but I'm getting really excited for every patch. Like, even if there's not new vehicles or whatever added, it's so good. I've had the soundtrack playing the last couple days off stream. I'm getting in the mood. We'll go ahead and swap our playlist over as well, just so that it doesn't get randomly muted while I'm explaining some random historical factoid. I can kind of tolerate it when it does that during DCS, but I don't want it doing it while I'm flying in MSFS. There we go. Should cycle after this song. This isn't a MiG-21, you're correct. We're going to be flying a Spitfire as soon as this is done. It will be a Soviet Spitfire though. It's a Spitfire Mark 9 that was transferred to the Soviet Union as part of Lend-Lease. It was used as an air defense interceptor. That's what we're going to be flying, since I have a livery for it now. I was just using one of the standard British ones before that. GKS are porting their MiG-21 BIS to MSFS from, I think it was from P3D or FSX, but I don't know, it looks good, but there's enough incorrect about it that I'm kind of dubious about spending on it. Like, if it's cheap I might pick it up, but I'm kind of like, I got cold feet. And you know, it's like the DCS MiG-21's already got its own inaccuracies. It looks like it's a fucking carbon copy of the real plane by comparison, which is weird because the guy that made it seemed to be pretty familiar with the aircraft, but I don't know. I think some of it's concessions made for the Civi Sim crowd because they're easily wowed by having more toys to play with, but we'll see. Dad got his 3080 today, pretty solid, 55 FPS at 4K and everything set to ultra. Holy shit, nice. Very nice. Don't have enough disk space to update the game. I used to have that problem with so many different things. The biggest problem I had with disk space actually was on my Windows drive, because so many programs save shit to their app data folder these days, and I would have to go in and just repeatedly flush out app data like every week or two because I just keep putting shit in there. I found I didn't do the actual proper way of, you know, of referencing stuff through the registry because I'd forgotten how to do it. But I was able to move part of the app data folder. Windows has that, or Windows 7 had that feature built in. I don't know if 10 still does. But I still had to go through and clean it out like every week. It was so fucking annoying. So that was the first thing I did when I built this new PC, or when I started getting the parts for it, was I figured out I'd budget for about double the size I thought I needed for DCS, and at the time my DCS install was about 250 gigabytes, because liveries are huge and I have a lot of them. So I think I've got 600 or 700, actually it may even be more than that. It's a lot of gigabytes, and that's budgeted towards DCS. DCS is the only thing on that partition. And then I've got another partition on the same N2, and that's Windows, and there's nothing else on there. It's just Windows and a couple of programs. Anything big or liable to download huge amounts of shit, like games, whatever, they all go on separate SSDs. And like, DCS is really the only thing I need M2 speed for. I mean, it would help with this, I guess, but it's not very economical, considering my install for this is absolutely enormous. Like, hundreds of gigabytes at this point. I think I'm up to like 300, 400 gig install. Let's actually see what's in the release notes. It's like probably a lot of stuff that I'm not going to notice or doesn't really affect me, but let's have a quick look. when you actually look through the patch notes, it shows you just how much shit is actually modeled on the back end here. Like, the cloud water density interacts with the air density, which then causes more drag. Like, it's not just 2D sprites. You know, the clouds are actual things that affect the way you fly. Improved water rudder and water handling at low speeds. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. It was pretty shitty before. Improved P-factor for tail dragger planes. Good. Improved free full castering for tail dragger. Oh, yes. So I'm going to have to check and see if there's an update for the different warbirds I have, particularly the Spitfire, because that was one of the big downfalls of it, was that the tail wheel on that module doesn't caster freely. It acts like it's got tail wheel steering, which is not ideal, to say the least. I'm going to read DCS patch notes on stream. Maybe. I don't want to open my browser though, so I'm going to have to open it like in the Steam overlay, which you guys won't be able to see, but which I can read off of. Because if I open my browser, like, a shameful admission, in my attempt to get through like 2 of the extra windows I'd opened, I've accidentally opened another 2, and they have about 20 tabs each. Help me. Please help me. Oh, it's so bad. There's an F-104 coming out for this pretty soon, I think, as well, so I'm curious. I'm going to keep an eye on it. It's a TF-104, so it's a 2-seater. I prefer a single-seater, but if it turns out to be decently modeled, I might pick it up anyway, because I'm just thinking about having something with the performance of the F-104 in this sim would be incredible, both because I can cover long distances very quickly now, and also I want to take you guys to fucking space. Like, maybe not actual space, but... what was that I set in DCS as my new record the other day? It was like 120 something thousand feet, 122,000 feet I think it was. It was just ridiculous. But in DCS it looks like arse. Like, you go up that high in DCS, at least for now, you know, because they haven't implemented their own global map, it looks pretty bad. Hopefully in the future it'll look amazing, just like in this. But I've seen videos of people like cheating Cessnas into low orbit and stuff, and it looks really beautiful. So doing a high altitude kind of world altitude record attempt flight in the 104 would be quite pretty, I think. Quite interesting on stream. 787 DCS one. No, I don't want a 787 in DCS. If we're gonna do airliners in DCS, I want a 2154 or a 2134 or something like that. Like, you know, something that fits in the Caucasus and fits in the Middle East and all the other places we have currently. And then as time goes on, they can start adding more to it. Or, of course, if we get the blessed module we deserve, we need a 747 to go with it. Or a 707, I don't discriminate. Either of its victims would work. I'm not going to go through each aircraft's patch notes. Haha! Terrain level of detail can now be increased up to 400 instead of 200 in graphics options on PC. I already did that. You had to go in and edit the config file. That's how I did it, but there we go. That's a good feature, thank you Microsoft. Should have been there earlier, but at least it's been added now. fix gaps between some ground surfaces. I wonder how many, because that's very prevalent throughout the sim. If you fly low or you're near like the boundary of two patches of water or two satellite images, you'll quite often notice a difference in height between them. It's really noticeable on water because it looks like some kind of infinity pool sticking out of the sea or out of the middle of a river. So I wonder if they've fixed like a lot of them, or if they've literally just fixed a couple that they've, you know, found around heavily trafficked areas. I have to imagine that they're probably using like some kind of heat map to figure out where players are flying the most, and that's where they focus their attention. That's what I would be doing if I were them. You know, it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of man hours fixing some fucking thing out in the back of nowhere where like 2 people fly ever. Which is why we're trying to fly in those kinds of places, so we can catch out where the sim has fucked up. Hey, Super. Oh, I should probably make sure I actually change the stream category. That would be good. Give C-130 where you can transport like 5 infantry squads at once and paradrop them. Yes, and like paradrop light vehicles and shit. That'd be awesome. Miss DCS, you didn't miss much. You really did not miss much at all. I shot down a Saber. I got shot down as I was about to land. I missed a bunch of stuff with bombs. That's about it. Not much happened. Do you try the attackers? No, Alpin hadn't updated the server yet, and I hadn't updated DCS either, because I've been playing already when the patch dropped. So I'm going to have to update it later and try out all the new toys. That'll probably be next stream that we actually, you know, I'll obviously test them between now and then, but I'll actually do it with you guys next stream. Fixed a bug provoking screen space reflections to ghost when rotating camera. That's interesting, because DCS has that exact same issue, and I just assumed it was inherent to screen space reflections. So if that's something you can actually fix, that's interesting. Fixed auto-gen buildings that were sometimes absent or of low quality in the UK. I mean, the UK is having all kinds of problems with being low quality at the moment. I think that's the least of their concerns. KPFN's now closed as... I don't know how I feel about them, like, modelling airports as closed. Like, I like some of the old airports that are closed. I kind of wish they'd have an option to put them back in. You know, you could fly with the contemporarily correct airfields, or you could fly with ones that closed recently as if they never did close. I'm using some scenery at the moment that gives me Kai Tak, so that's one of my little things, is where I can find them. I've been trying to get some of the old airports back. I can't remember if I got one for Edmonton Municipal. I don't think anyone's made one yet. I did look for one. I'm pretty sure nobody's made one yet, but good old Blatchett Field, if somebody makes that, I'll install it. Because I think the photogrammetry for Edmonton's missing most of the new construction towers anyway, so it's like you don't even have to modify anything, except just replace the, or like put the airport back. Redo the runways. He says HE warhead, but shouldn't it be thermobaric? Yeah, well, I doubt DCS differentiates between high explosive and thermobaric, to be honest. What are you going to be flying? Spitfire Mark 9. We're going to be flying down from Minsk towards Kiev, and along the way we're going to follow the Pripyat River and check out the city of the same name and the Chernobyl nuclear power station. So I have some nice custom scenery for it. Is it good? It's alright. It's not up to the same level as the DCS one. It probably will get a bit more work as time goes on. I don't know if it ever will be up to the exact same standard as the DCS one, but it also costs less, so you can't really go wrong with it. You know, it's close enough to how a Spitfire should fly. There are a few little complaints I have with it here or there, but it's mostly pretty decent. You know, I don't know what price it is, you know, for for other currencies, but it's like 30 something Australian dollars. It might have been even less. I think it was like 27 Australian dollars or something, which is, you know, for the job I was working at the time, that was literally an hour's pay, so I'm not going to say no to it. I haven't tried the helicopters yet. I've been kind of keeping one eye on them, because I would like to actually have some helicopters in here and try them out, but I just want to make sure that before I jump into that, they're going to behave like actual helicopters. I don't want to risk, you know, having them, the MSFS equivalent to the Gazelle to worry about. I don't want to really negatively train myself by teaching myself bad habits when it comes to flying helicopters, because I struggle enough as it is, let's be real. OF, what, in terms of the designation, OF should be HE frag. Oskołczny Fugasny. Thermobaric is... oh, fuck, what is it? OD, I think. O or OD. What's the fucking word? The actual translation is volume detonation. That's what it translates to in Russian. It's like I don't know. I don't remember. But that's what it is. It's volume detonation, which just means thermobaric. So it should be O or OD. OF is HE frag. Anything with K in it is usually heat. F-14 got a huge update? Yeah, I heard that. A lot of flight model stuff. Why are the tubes not green? I don't know, I haven't updated DCS yet, so I don't know, I haven't seen them. I guess it's just a difference in manufacturing. M120F. Interesting. Yeah, OF is HE frag. And I always get it backwards. I always think that Oskołczny is explosive and Fugasny is fragmentation, but it's the other way around. Oskołczny is fragmentation and Fugasny is explosive. The reason I thought that is because I figured it was probably loanworded from the French, and the French word fougasse refers to basically a giant shrapnel bomb. Or like a shrapnel throwing mortar. Yeah, I don't know how DCS would model it. I mean, I wouldn't say I don't think it would model the difference, but I don't know how it would model the difference with the way DCS handles explosive modeling and explosions. Fixed windsocks, bad orientation at some bespoke airports. I wondered if that was a bug. I'd heard people complain about it, but I'd wondered if it was a bug. So yeah, no wonder they weren't matching the actual wind. Eddie is Tempelhof, and EDDT, I can't remember, it'll be in Berlin somewhere. Wouldn't be Tegel, would it? Tegel's still open, I'm pretty sure. But Tempelhof has been closed for fucking years. Cotty, if it spawned fragments, it would set your PC on fire. Like, as it is, when somebody in a Sushka lets off an entire broadside of fucking S8s at something, my computer, like, hangs. My old PC would hang for 5 or 10 seconds when somebody did that. This one does it for a second or two. Like, you could imagine the fucking shitfest it would cause, especially people with older PCs that still play DCS, like, that would be problems. Tegel's closed? Really? I thought it was still open. I wonder if that's gonna fuck with my scenery, because I have some Berlin scenery that I got the other day. There's a lot of really good free scenery that you can get off flightsim.to. Looks like most of the peripheral stuff doesn't really apply to me. Cool. Well, it looks like they've done a lot of stuff. I don't know how much of it I'm actually going to see, though. Some scenery's free, some's paid, so I have a bit of both. For instance, I've got a lot of like paid scenery for little small airfields around Australia, including a couple done by some of the actual Twitch flight sim community. So Milo Sanks has made, I think, Milo Sanks has made Katoomba so far, I think, and I'm pretty sure had a few other things planned. And then for certain other parts of the world, like I've got a bunch of free scenery I downloaded for Japan, for a bunch of major cities there. I got a bunch of free scenery for Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. I'm just not sure how well it plays with the latest world update, since they went over that area and redid a lot of the scenery themselves. And I've got a few little bits and pieces around the world. The Pripyat scenery is free. And that came off flightsimulator.to as well. It's quite a good site. It's got a lot of really good stuff on it. There's also, from there I also got a bit of scenery for an incomplete Polish nuclear power station, which was built during Warsaw Pact times, but never actually completed due to Chernobyl. They, didn't want to deal with the political fallout of it, so they just stopped building it. Still gonna be a while, but oh well. Finish my tea. When will there be a world update for Russia? Good fucking question. Not anytime soon, I don't think. I mean, maybe they'll surprise me, but I doubt there'll be one anytime soon. It'll probably be like St. Petersburg, Moscow, maybe 2 or 3 other major cities, and that'll be it. Why? A lot of the satellite imagery is just not very good. A lot of it's outdated because the up-to-date stuff is considered too spicy and not publicly available. The weather in certain parts of the country is shit pretty much all year round, so that makes it difficult to get good actual imagery for it. So for instance, the further north you go towards the Arctic Circle, the worse the scenery gets, until you're up near Norilsk and it's just generic textures because there's nothing they can see through the clouds. It's always cloudy up there. Oh yeah, you can find all kinds of cool stuff on Google Maps. Like, in-game, we've overflown some pretty spicy stuff, but a lot of the imagery is quite far out of date. Like, I think I said before, Newcastle, as in Australian Newcastle, that scenery is... University House isn't even begun in that scenery. They've just laid out the foundation. So that would be, I want to say about 2011, 2012, maybe? So the scenery is about 10 years old for Newcastle, Australia. For Edmonton, it's about the same age, I think, because the old bridge over the Saskatchewan is still there, the one that I used to ride across as a kid. It's made of like cattle grating, so your car would just vibrate as you went over it. And that wasn't there anymore when we went over in 2018. They put the new bridge up, so... Also, the Edmonton riverboat's still floating, which it very much is not, last I checked. Yeah. I actually suspect Probably the next big world update. Honestly, it's likely to be anywhere but Russia. Southeast Asia would be a good spot for it, honestly. Southeast Asia, well, actually that could be politically spicy as well. I don't know, I guess we'll see. It does take its time. I've also, I think I did mention this on stream before, last time I played MSFS, but I also have been, every now and then, kind of picking up a leg here and there of a flight around the southern US, and the next part of that, I think, I haven't streamed it, but I've been posting screenshots every now and then in the Discord. I think the next leg of that will go down towards the Monument Valley, have a look around that. Should be Africa. Probably, actually. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe then they can finally fix the massive error at Victoria Falls. Like, the whole of Victoria Falls is just one big clusterfuck because the AI just looked at it and went, nah fam, I'm out. I'm done. POM overflew it, I think it was on release week, or like a couple weeks after release, and it was just an absolute train wreck. It looked so fucking bad. Like, there was just water ending in midair, and then the void beneath it. Like, not even a waterfall, just the void. I still think, by the way, I still think when POM gets back from A school, he needs to learn how to use the SDK for this, and he needs to make a fucking Ashgabat scenery. I reckon, like, hear me out, this is his get-rich-quick scheme, right? He learns to make scenery for MSFS, he makes Ashgabat scenery, and then he fucking licenses it through the whatever fucking Bureau of Tourism they have in Turkmenistan, right? It's big brain hours. Easy money, easy life. He could go over there and meet the man himself. I will say it does actually need it, because Ashgabat in real life looks a lot more impressive. I have strong opinions about those kinds of cities where they just, put up a bunch of white marble architecture and neon lights on everything because they can afford to, but it does look more impressive in real life than it does in the sim, whether I like that style or not. Still haven't heard back from the USS Missouri? Oh, well, I mean, just keep trying, I guess. Maybe you will eventually. I mean, they're going to be pretty busy. I'd imagine they don't have a huge amount of staff, like, even though it's a massive ship. They probably don't have a whole heap of staff, and they most likely have more work than they can all get around to. From the museums I've volunteered in, that generally was the case. They had like a handful of staff who were always overworked, and so like a lot of stuff just wasn't replied to or didn't end up happening because somebody forgot and they were all so busy. Speaking of looking impressive, Moscow State University, yeah, it's a beautiful building. Alright, we should be done soon, I think. It's going to be interesting, after flying the MiG-21 this morning, getting into a piston engine plane. So I've figured out what my issue is with going off the runway. It's not that, I don't know what I'm doing or whatever, it's just that when I make the transition from a jet to a piston engine plane, my feet don't get the memo, and so I'm still kicking the rudder around like I'm in a jet. It just takes little adjustments. So I was actually able to get the I-16 off the ground in DCS just the other day without wrecking it, in fact, without even veering off the runway. And then I landed it too, but I just need to actually pay more attention to what I'm doing. Violent rudder movements are not a good thing. Contact the USN? It's worth a try. It is worth a try. It probably would have been faster to update DCS, to be honest. I think this is a slightly smaller patch, but it does take a while to install. Well, yeah, it does, but that's kind of a different thing, because it's not a rudder on the hind, it's a tail rotor. You don't want to, you know, overcook things with that. I like the standard content mandatory update. Ooh, mandatory update, huh? I bet there's a lot of people not happy about that. A lot of people not happy about mandatory things these days. DCS update while playing MSFS. Problem. MSFS needs to stream scenery. It will not end well. I already have a lot of problems with, like, my internet's not that bad, but I have a lot of problems with MSFS not having a solid enough connection to the actual servers. So I'll be in the middle of a flight and I'll just say, oh, you've been disconnected, your bandwidth isn't enough for photogrammetry. And it's like, the fuck it isn't, my internet's fine, like there's nothing else using it, I got plenty of bandwidth, but just the slightest hiccup and the game will throw a tantrum. Maybe I should max, but I've still got to get the feel of it and get the hang of the mechanics. I have been playing it though, it's quite fun, I really like it. But I'm really bad at managing the economy because I just don't have the attention span. What do you mean, bullshit? What? I don't want to be sitting there like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. How does this work? Like, I don't want to be doing that on stream. It doesn't seem like it would be very fun viewing. Look, we'll get round to it soon, alright? We'll get round to it soon. Try again to get a diagnosis for ADHD. My previous psychiatrist was an idiot. Yeah, unfortunately you do come across those sometimes. My sister has come across a couple. She's got a really good one now, but she really found some fucking winners over the last couple of years. There is still a surprising amount that think that patients are going to lie to them for no good reason. Like, I don't get it. Like, if a patient is lying to you, there's usually like an underlying condition that's causing that, let alone thinking, oh, well, the patient's just attention seeking, or like, fuck off. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me to actually go to even a doctor, let alone a psychiatrist or whatever, I have to be really fucked up. Like, it has to be really bad for me to actually go see somebody, especially because I know that, you know, there's a better than zero chance they'll just be like, oh, there's nothing wrong with you, you're attention seeking. So, you know, the fact that somebody has actually come to see them probably means that there is a problem, you know, just a thought. The kinds of people that, here's a potentially spicy take. The kinds of people that dismiss patients as being either attention seekers or lying, should not be doctors, should not be in the medical field. If you have that dismissive of an attitude towards patients, you should not be in the medical field. You should be fucking flipping burgers or something. Not that that's a bad job, but that's, you know, a job where you don't need empathy. You know, it's maybe better suited for people like that. Like, because if you're a medical professional and you have a patient who's legit got something wrong with them and you tell them, oh no, you're just attention seeking, congratulations, you've just fucked that person up even worse and probably added a number of zeros to their fucking therapy bill when they finally find a decent shrink. Like, it's just fucked, dude. Catch you later, Josh. Enjoy your dinner. Telling someone with a broken leg that he's actually fine to get up and keep walking. I have actually both heard and seen cases of not literally that, but very fucking close to it. Like, oh, there's nothing wrong with you, and it turns out they got a fucking broken bone or like some kind of really bad muscle injury. It's fucking stupid. If you cannot do empathy, don't fucking go into medicine. In fact, no. I was gonna say if you can't do empathy, go into like fucking sales or something, but that's probably bad advice because the last thing we need is more psychos as salesmen. It's bad enough already. Attention whore, but shrinks are boring, so why would I do? Yeah, I know, right? It's not even the good kind of attention. Like, what are you doing? That does remind me, though, it has been about a year since I first got diagnosed with ADHD, and it has been at least about 6 or 7 months since I got a referral for a blood test to actually get meds, and I've still not done it because I have ADHD and I completely fucking forgot I was supposed to, even though the fucking paper is sitting right next to my desk. I can't actually see it because it's buried under a bunch of other papers, so it may as well not exist. Fuck my life. Mind you, we did also have like a series of lockdowns, which gave me a good excuse not to. Yeah, I have only had a couple of run-ins with, like, counselors, therapists, whatever you want to call them. And it's generally been... The first one was because I wasn't doing... Well, I was doing okay at school, but, like, I wasn't doing fantastically at school, and, you know, everyone figured I should be. And that was when I was in my teens, and... Then I think 2 or 3 times since then, and it hasn't really changed much, if I'm honest. It's given me a way to vent, but that's about it. Hasn't really changed much at all. Some people do better than others. I'm just stubborn, I guess. Case of a guy who self-diagnosed himself a bunch of shit. Came to the doctor trying to get the doctor to prove it. Dude was fine, but a bit of a hypochondriac apparently. So the doctor checked the guy, told him he's fine. What do you know? A few days later, he went and shot upside hospital. Oh shit. Yeah, so, when somebody thinks they've got a bunch of medical conditions and wants to be diagnosed with something, it's probably a good sign if they don't have those medical conditions that maybe there's something going on mentally that you want to follow up on. You know, maybe. Just a thought, it's worth checking. Like, if you have somebody who's genuinely, like, fucking Munchausen's or something, don't just be like, oh no, there's nothing wrong with you, fucking snap out of it. Actually follow up on it and make sure that, like, they're taken care of mentally. Because, you know, they might not have anything fucking physically wrong with them, but if they think they do, it's not going to cause them to act very rationally, is it? Oh my god, we're nearly done. Nearly. 300 megs to go. I wonder what the weather's like. I'm going to try and pick up from my last save flight, so I'm not sure if it'll save the weather as it was during that flight, or if it'll just use live weather, because that's the setting I was using. I'm not actually sure how that works. I know it saves the time of day, I'm pretty sure it does, as well as the state of the aircraft, like fuel, whether the engine's on, off, whatever. but I don't know if it actually saves the weather patterns or if it has to regenerate them all. Went and did it. Oh, hang on. Worth noting, he did it with a deactivated cut-open pistol. Ones used for teaching people how guns work internally. Well, he fixed it. Okay. Well, I mean, he's lucky. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, given the end result, but he's lucky it didn't blow up in his face, considering. Went and did it because he figured there was a conspiracy of people who personally hated him. Yeah, that's why you follow up on these things. You know, oh, he's a hypochondriac. Well, yes, it's hiding something much deeper. Like, even if there is nothing actually physically wrong with the patient, don't fucking dismiss them, because nothing is gonna go well. I do wonder how much of it, though, is, like, just a lack of empathy, because I've come across some doctors who, shall we say, had no bedside manner. They were just fucking... ugh. Those exist, you know, just people who are in it because it's a prestigious, well-paying job and their parents probably made them do it, and they don't actually give a shit about people. Like, they just have no empathy whatsoever. They exist, but I wonder how much of it as well is people who do actually care, but they're, like, so shit scared of a lawsuit, they just won't actually diagnose anything. I'm sure that's more of a problem in certain places than others, but I wouldn't be surprised. We kind of had a thing here where, like, for instance, when we were doing our first aid course for the reserves, it was specifically mentioned, like, be careful if you try and administer first aid to anyone in public, because if you fuck anything up, or if they think you fucked anything up and see a chance at it, like, they might sue you. So you have to make sure that you've got, like, a bulletproof legal position before you even go in and help. So it's like, fuck, okay, you know, just see someone come off a bike and there's like bits of them all over the pavement, but you're worried you're gonna get sued. Such is life, I guess. A lot of people like to act like they don't have the potential, but, you know, it's... I've kind of spoken about this before. It was during one of the DayZ streams, I think. Like, a lot of people like to otherize people who have done really horrible things and make them out to be inhuman monsters or whatever, just as like a kind of mental shield against the realization that it could have been them. Like, everyone has the potential in them to do something like that. It's just a matter of what buttons get pushed and how resilient they are to it. So... like, I think anyone has the potential to do something like that. It's just most people are better at, you know, at controlling themselves and better at recognizing it and dealing with it. But it also helps if, you know, you've got some kind of social network that you can vent to and that'll help you through things. Hey, Trip. 19 months sub, dude. Cheers. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're playing Update Simulator. We're nearly done updating Update Simulator, at least. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, like, I mean, medical malpractice or just freak accidents do happen, but... you know, at the same time, they tend to be more rare than people think. Now, I say this as somebody whose sister has had, like, endless trouble because of something that wasn't set properly when she broke her ankle. She can barely walk because of it. Just chilling for now. My vaccine appointment got cancelled on me. Oh, shit, dude. That fucking sucks. Well, hopefully you can get another one pretty soon. I don't know what the waiting times are like over there. Don't know if there are waiting times. But there certainly were here. I'm lucky that I got mine. I think it's an illness that never happens to normals. Yeah, talking does help the most. And it's like, This is the thing too, you see some fucking spectacularly bad takes, and it's quite often actually I see it's from people that probably are pretty close to that category themselves. You know, like, oh, the reason that kids shoot up schools is because they weren't bullied hard enough and they didn't learn to be normal. Like, what the fuck, dude? That is like such a fucking bad take. Holy shit. Instead of that, why not just fucking talk to them? Like, yeah, they might be a bit weird or a bit quiet or something, but if you actually make an effort to at least be nice to them, if not be their best friend or whatever, maybe they won't fucking shoot the school up. Maybe they'll tell you they're having problems. Maybe you can, like, prevent that from happening, but I don't know. A lot of people just out for themselves, don't really pay attention to the world around them and don't really give a fuck, I guess. To be fair, at the same time, like, I get that everyone's got their own shit going on. I've had people I had to cut off because they were just, like, their problems were so heavy, I could not cope with it. Like, I had my own to deal with, and they were just constantly drowning me in, like, issues that are well out of my league. So I have had people I had to cut off. I never felt good about it. I didn't just be like, oh, I don't want to hear it, fuck off, leave me alone. I was like, look, man, I can't do this. It's not good for either of us. You need to find somebody that's in the right headspace to deal with it. But, you know, a lot of people just don't care. Man, I hate being fucking right, but I said, like, 10 or 15 years ago, literally said, during a discussion on some or other US school shooting that turned into the usual ban guns, no, give everyone machine guns, kind of back and forth acid spitting contest. I waded into the middle of it, and I, amongst other things, I made the point, like, you need to actually, like, stop people who are deeply mentally unsettled from getting their hands on this stuff, but also, you know, the idea that you can just ban guns and stop people from committing mass murder is ridiculous. I was like, you want to know what the best weapon for that is? It's a fucking car. They're basically pretty much unregulated as far as things that can kill a lot of people go. It's not difficult to fucking do. No one can stop you because you're in a fucking multi-ton hunk of metal, and look at what's been happening for the past decade. That's exactly what's happened. It's like, man, I hate being right, but take away one weapon, someone will find a way to make something into, like, make a weapon out of something else. It's just, that's the way it is. You don't solve problems with mass violence by banning whatever the thing is that's used to cause them, or used to perpetrate the violence, because they'll just find something else. You actually solve the problem by figuring out what causes it in the first place and then attacking that. But that would require actual, you know, social support and actual introspection, and nobody likes either of those things because they might find out something about themselves that they don't like. So it's easier to just say, ban this, no, ban that, and brush the whole thing off and be surprised when it happens again, like, you know, a couple of years later, or a couple of days later, depending where you live. Yeah, politicians don't want to fix problems, and this is the thing, like, especially with a lot of the issues that I don't know about Europe in general, but certainly the English-speaking countries have had recently, is it's all performative. The parties are not really sticking to, well, I mean, some of them are, but by and large, they're not really sticking to platforms. They'll make a bunch of, you know, it's kind of a meme that politicians will make a bunch of promises and not keep a single one, but it's getting worse, because what they do is they poll before the election to figure out what issues people are worried about. God damn it, Max. They poll before the election to figure out what issues people are worried about, and they just harp on about that issue to get people to fucking vote for them. And then, as soon as they actually win, they just stop giving a fuck. Like, they just simp for votes. And more, particularly here you see it, the major parties will pander to swing voters. So, you know, you're not going to get the entrenched voters from one side or the other, so you just pander to the swing voters. What kinds of issues do swing voters care about? Usually fucking inane bullshit that doesn't actually affect anything. Or, you know, actual issues, but which are way too complex for them to understand. it's so fucking stupid. It's so stagnant. It's just year after year of hollow bullshit. Yeah, exactly. No one wants to talk about real problems. Like, every time there is some kind of mass killing, nobody wants to talk about mental health, except when it's convenient, and then they just never do anything. Like, they'll say, oh, we need to do something about mental health, and then 2 days later they've forgotten they even brought it up. You know, like, we have, what is it, 1 day a year, Are You Okay Day. We have 1 day a year where you ask people if they're okay, and that's it. Well, congratulations, guys, we've solved fucking mental health. Well done. Like, really, my guy, really? You have 1 fucking day a year and have some ads on TV and say, oh, look, the government's trying to fix mental health and we put all this support into it. Like, no, you haven't. Like, there's a lot of awareness raising, which is just thinly veiled, you know, we don't want to do anything. We want to be seen to do something, but we don't actually want to change anything. It's just fucking modern neoliberalism at its core is we want to be seen to do something, but we don't actually want to do it. And we also don't want anybody else to do it because it would make us look bad. So you end up with this shit where you have people preaching about this or that topic. They make some token appearance of doing something about it. But the moment anyone pushes for actual reform, they immediately get set upon. Immediately. It's just disgusting, dude. Yeah, exactly, Cotty, exactly. It's the same thing everywhere. People are worried about closing the borders, but they're not worried about why those people left their home country in the first place. You know, it's just... Yep. It's you know... It really was illuminating to me to find out how much of an old boys club politics is, even in this country. And this place is, like, infinitely better than somewhere like the US in terms of how the political system works. Don't get me wrong, we're not, like, amazing. We're still a shitfest. But at least the system's a little more transparent and a little more direct than the US. The US system is such a mess of conflicting things. I even have trouble working it out most of the time. But, you know, like with your electoral colleges and shit, fuck that. But even here, it's just such a... It's called the Canberra bubble. It's such a massive, incestuous fucking mess of politicians voting themselves pay raises. Political journalists are the best paid journalists you'll find anywhere in the country. Like, if you have... If the word political is in your job title, whether it's actually in politics or something sort of on the periphery of politics, you get paid a shitload of money, you get wined and dined by all the influential people. Like, you live a life of wonder compared to everybody else in this place. And then we wonder why they're all so self-serving and corrupt. You know, the whole idea that politicians are even able to vote for their own fucking pay rises is just obscene. You know what? If you want to fucking give yourself a pay rise and you're a politician, you shouldn't be able to vote on it. It should go to a fucking referendum. The public should vote on it. If anyone's going to give them a fucking pay rise, it should be the public. Hey, Steve. You know, like, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. The amount of fucking money and the amount of back scratching that goes into the whole fucking thing, while everyone else gets left out in the cold. Yeah, you know, Trip, you know. I feel like the sim is frozen. This is concerning. How long have we been staring at this screen? It's got to be at least 10 minutes, right, guys? Let me check. It doesn't say it's frozen, but it's also not doing much. Oh, now it says it's frozen. Okay, let's... Fingers crossed that didn't just break the update. Let's try and relaunch it. MSFS does take forever to load up, even on my PC. I know they did, Steve. I'm gonna test it out later. I haven't updated DCS yet because I was playing it when the patch came out. I honestly don't think they should be able to give themselves a raise at all. Like, I genuinely think that. I think if they're going to get one, it should go to a public referendum. That should be the only way for them to do it. They should get a base salary which is comparable to any other administration job. Like, the whole thing is, the point of fucking politics is to run the country for the benefit of the people in that country. It's not to make fucking sick bank and retire comfortably to a board position at some fucking massive international financial institution, which is what almost all of them do, or, you know, a defense contractor or whatever. That's not the point of politics, but that has become the goal of politics. It's arse backwards. You should go into politics because you care about actually fixing your country, even if it means at, you know, not personal expenses in you're paying for it, but as in you're not going to get anywhere financially speaking. You should get paid a living wage as a politician, that's it. A living wage. No special bonuses, no, like, any sort of state allowances for travel or accommodation or whatever when you're actually doing political business should be specifically for political business, and it should be audited to, like, an absolutely insane level, right? None of this fucking, going out and getting a helicopter to fly 10 minutes down to the golf course. None of that shit, right? Which they do. Yeah, the 9M220. It's, I mean, it's going to be difficult to hit stuff with it, because it's still, at the end of the day, semi-automatic command to line of sight. But if you do get it near another helicopter, it's going to be filth. It's going to cause a lot of salt, I think. Alright, let me actually start a timer on this. Helps if I actually wind my clock to 5:34. Hopefully it's less obnoxious now. I've moved it to the other side of my desk away from the microphone, so you guys shouldn't be able to hear it as easily. But our trusty friend here will tell us if the game is actually doing anything. Some of the keybinds are gone. Yes. I'll have to go through and check what they are. I mean, I didn't really have a whole lot of keybinds for the Tomcat beyond the basic flying stuff, so I'm not sure how much it'll affect me, but we'll see. I think it's doing something. I saw the progress bar move just there. Hey, Morphus. Now Hornet will also Ripplings. I mean, it always did. You had to pull a pretty ridiculous amount. Well, actually, it was about 12 or 13G, because I remember Pom ripped his wings a few times. Apparently the F5 damage model got another working over. I'm pretty sure it already had one a few months ago, but if it got another one, that should be interesting. You know, I'm fucking... We're waiting so long for this. Can I actually open the Steam overlay? No, it's not going to give me that. Okay, never mind. We'll just have to sit and wait. Oh, man. I'm actually kind of curious to see the difference in size between the Forrestal and the supercarrier next to each other. So I have a sense of scale of it. It's tiny. I bet it's not as tiny as the Melbourne, though. Although I haven't flown a Tomcat off the Melbourne, I've only flown Skyhawks off of it. I do wonder if maybe it's a mod I've got in my community folder that's making it not load. It's possible. But I don't know which mod it would be. How do you feel about CSGO? I haven't played it in ages. I don't know, I don't really have an opinion on CSGO, to be honest. I mean, it's good mindless fun sometimes. I'm not very good at it. Oh, the ship's about the length of a Tomcat? Jesus. Yeah, so it is small then. Very small. If it is an issue with one of my mods, and I don't know which one, it will probably take me the better part of a day to troubleshoot, so we won't be able to do it this stream. Oh, no, I saw the bar move. It's doing something. It's just super, super slow. Maybe if we give it another 5-10 minutes, maybe. And hopefully once it's loaded up, it should be faster the next time because of the patch. It is trip, it is. Like, even when it hasn't just been patched, this game takes me a good 5-10 minutes to start up. Talk about difficulty of spotting in DCS, literally can't see anything. So, it's kind of come and gone for me. So, when I got my new, well, it's not new now, it's about 1.5 years old, but when I got this monitor, I could see everything. It was amazing. It was like I had fucking X-ray vision. But since then I've gone back to not being able to spot people, especially if they dive, you know, against the ground. I can't see them at all, even pretty close. I really think DCS needs something like, you know, flashes off wings or canopies or something, like, just something. It doesn't have to be there all the time. It can be a situational thing, you know, when the sun actually hits the wing or the canopy, but something like that, something like what Cliffs of Dover has, just to kind of draw your attention to it. Because the hardest thing with spotting is when the aircraft gets a certain distance from you, it's just about the same distance that the actual 3D model turns into a dot. It changes color. Like, say for instance you've got a black dot on the horizon, or, you know, you see a faint black dot above the ground, but it's an aircraft with like a pale grey livery. As it gets closer, it goes from a black dot to a small pale grey shape, and that change in colour can make you just totally lose sight of it. Like, that's what happens to me every fucking time. Like with those F5s earlier, when I kept losing them against the ground, I'd go into the vertical, I'd look down, and I'd see grey dot, grey dot, grey dot, and then boop, gone. Like, I'd be looking right at it, and it was just gone. I'm going to change the name of the stream to be more fitting to what we're doing here. There we go. That's a more appropriate stream title. Oh man, please, MSFS, please. I can't even think what would be causing issues, because I've got some third-party modules, maybe them, I don't know, maybe one of them's incompatible, but most of what I have is just scenery, and scenery shouldn't matter. Like, scenery really shouldn't cause any game-breaking issues. It moved. I saw that, it moved. It is doing something. It's doing it very slowly, but it is doing something. What did I miss? Absolutely fucking nothing. I'm waiting for the game to load, which it does not appear to want to do at all. Just putting the mouse pointer over the progress bar so I can tell if it's actually doing something. Check hardware usage. It's not using a whole lot. when I did restart it, it was showing it was barely using anything. So I don't know why it's not effectively utilizing my PC's resources, but it isn't. It's definitely doing something, it's just doing it very slowly. Ray tracing and good rough mets could fix that. I mean, a lot of modules already do have good rough mets, but even bare metal aircraft disappear in DCS for that reason. Whereas in Cliffs of Dover, if the sun catches a canopy or a wing, it will actually cause a visible flash, like an actual visible flash. It's very, very good at grabbing your attention. Yeah, Windows updates do take a while. Which reminds me, I need to actually install a couple before it decides to do it for me. I don't think it's going to play nice with me. I really don't think it's going to play nice with me. You know what, I'm gonna, since it's barely utilizing any resources anyway, while we wait and see if it does fucking anything, I'm gonna tab out. And I'm gonna get the DCS update. If I can. If I can do it, we'll get the DCS update going. Oh, there's a DayZ oh, it's only a small DayZ update. That's something I need to play. There's so much shit I need to play again. God damn it. Why does this always happen? I have so many games I want to play, not just on stream, just in general, and so little time at the end of the day. Catch you later, Josh. Seen that one of my mates on a Cessna? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if MSFS does it. I haven't noticed it. MSFS also has very short visibility range for aircraft, so aircraft will wink out of existence and just become floating nav lights at quite close range, surprisingly. I have no idea if this is actually doing anything. Let's see what kind of resources it's using. It says it's not responding. 8%, 9% CPU, 1.5 gigs of memory, 0.6, there we go, 3 megasecond, 4 megasecond disk. Yeah, it's barely doing anything. It's doing something, it's just barely doing it. No idea why it's so slow. Does the RAM move? Good question. Yeah, everything's moving. Everything's moving, it's just slow as fuck. Oh! It's doing something. Oh, we just needed to wait long enough. Of course, now I'm downloading the DCS patch, so I'm gonna have shit fucking scenery until I pause that. God damn it. Actually, DCS is fucking 7% done already. By the time this does load in, it should be good. I think I have played since they added the new G model. I think. I was just playing, excuse me, I was just playing off stream, I think. But I do need to do another IL-2 stream. Speaking of political battles in space and nuking everything, man, I've been eyeing off High Fleet. It looks so good, but it also looks like the kind of game that will become the next Workers and Resources, and I'll say I'm going to play it for the next 5 years before I finally do actually play it, and then I'll fall in a hole and do nothing else for a month. Disco Elysium. Yeah, I do need to. I'm still leery of doing it for the first time on stream though, because I find it really hard to actually absorb stories from stuff if there's any distractions. Like, the first time I play a single-player game, like a story-driven game, it's like binge-watching a show for me. I will just isolate myself from everything. I will not be on Steam. I won't be, like, my phone goes off. Everything is just, I am cut off from the world. And I binge it for, like, a couple days or whatever. Have you ever flown with airliners? In this, yeah, a couple times. I haven't done it on stream, though. I don't think I've done it on stream. Actually, no, I think I did try and... I was either streaming here, I think it was on Discord though. I tried to land a 747 at Kai Tak and it didn't end well. I posted some screenshots in the Discord about a week ago. I did a flight from Manchester to Tempelhof in Berlin in a 787. I had to auto-start the plane because I have no idea how to fucking start an airliner up. Maybe the DC-6, I can kind of get half started. But everything else I just kind of worked out while I was flying. Honestly, once you get the thing started, it's pretty simple. It's just, you know, sluggish to respond to the controls. Still updating? It's loading. It's updated, it's just loading, but I've also got DCS updating in the background so I can, you know, take advantage of the wait time. Just don't read chat. Just don't read chat. The thing that's on my screen moving in my peripheral vision, just don't read it. Yeah, okay. That's something I'm totally capable of. Steam DCS update has good speed. It is running at 6.6 megabytes per second, which is pretty much my internet speed. I've always had good speeds out of Steam DCS. A couple times with standalone, because I use standalone for testing. A couple times that's been really slow, but I'm not sure if it's just the test stuff being slow, or if it's standalone in general being slow. Yeah, my download speed is 5... no, sorry, not 5. 50 down and... What is it? 50 down and 20 up, I think. Something like that. I've been thinking about doubling my internet speed for a while. I haven't got around to it yet. I kind of don't need to be honest, but we'll see. Maybe. I don't know how much benefit I'd get out of it. Because it's not unheard of to double your speed on the NBN here and get like maybe another 10% increase and that's it. Although the price difference is only $10 a month, so it might be worth it. Is it expensive? It's like $70 a month, so it's not really cheap, but by Australian standards, it's not expensive either. And I've got a really good ISP, so I almost never have outages, and if there is one, they tell me what's going on and when it'll be fixed pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Trip. I've heard that the internet situation in the US is actually somehow worse than Australia. Like, just 122, Jesus fucking Christ. That would be like, if I wanted to pay for 4G, like, or 5G data here, that would be that kind of cost? Maybe? But, like, just normal fiber to the node NBN is, like, what the fuck? Not even Telstra charges that much. If even Telstra are cheaper than that, you know you fucked something up. Doesn't the US have data caps for... It depends on the company. Some Australian ISPs... I don't know if they still do. They used to until about 10 years ago, I know of. I don't know about since then. But unlimited plans became really common about 10 years ago, something like that. We used to have really bad data caps, and then they just went away kind of overnight. So I'm on unlimited. I can download or upload as much shit as I want. No one gives a fuck. Jesus Christ, Seal. Although, mind you, that I guess the like it would scale differently with wages over there, purchasing power and all that. That's something to bear in mind whenever you compare prices, is the difference in wages, difference in living expenses, whatever. Don't be like the one guy when I was playing World, like this is years and years ago, probably about 10 years ago now, 8 or 10 years ago. I was playing World of Tanks and I pissed someone off in game because I called them bad. In my defense, they were objectively bad at the game and also like just had a shit attitude. I called him bad, so then he opened a chat window with me after the game to brag to me about how I'm just some fucking dweeb that lives in my mother's basement probably, and I'll never be as successful as him, and how I should bow to my superiors. And then he tried, like, I didn't even prompt him. He tried to brag to me about making $18,000 a year, and I actually nearly choked. I figured I thought maybe he's in like some third world country or something. So I asked him, like, which third world shithole do you live in to get paid fucking $18,000 a year and think that's worth bragging about? Texas, apparently. Texas says it all. But yeah, $18,000 a year. Now that's US dollars. And the cost of, well, no, the cost of living in the US is cheaper unless you need, like, basically any public service. Like, you know, it's cheaper until you need to go see a doctor or, like, do anything, really, that normal human beings do. $18,000 a year is less than half the poverty line here. Like, at the time, I was on an allowance, because I was a on-again, off-again student. I was on an allowance where I was getting, I think, about $20,000 a year, and I was considered to be well below the poverty line. And this guy was bragging to me about that shit. Like, minimum wage for a university graduate here, any university graduate, doesn't even fucking matter what field, is like 30, 35, 36 grand. Most jobs I've been looking at around here, granted not ones that I'm going to ever be able to actually get, even if I apply to them, but a lot of jobs around here are like fucking 70, 80, 90 grand a year. And this guy's trying to brag about fucking 18. Like, you've got to be kidding me, bro. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Well, it's ostensibly doing something. Oh, the cursor's disappeared off the screen, which probably means it is actually doing something. That or it's about to crash. What's DCS doing? If it'll let me tab out. 45% on DCS. $18,000 at that time would have probably been about $20,000 to $25,000. So even after making the conversion, it was like just a joke. But, you know, it takes a certain kind of person to actually brag about how much they get paid, even if they do have, like, a ridiculous fucking salary. No one fucking wants to hear it. Like, nobody fucking cares. Like, just, it's such a dumb fucking flex. So this is what... We've been waiting for this for like 2 hours now, right? Oh, man. Fucking hell. I hope it doesn't crash after all this. I'm gonna be really annoyed if it crashes on me. DCS is now half done. I know it could have, Max. I know. But we're not doing that today. We'll do it later. Maybe even this week. Maybe. But the more you pester me about something, the less likely I am to do it. You should know that by now. It's alive! It's updating something else. What is it updating? Marketplace. Oh, no. That's not where I look. I look here. Content Manager. Oh, shit. All the world updates have updates too. Well, boys. Excuse me? Bruh, I don't have Windows 11, and I don't want Windows 11. What are you doing? What are you doing? Please, no. Please, no. Have mercy. Alright, let's update these as well, because DCS is still updating too. Just fuck it. Update everything. Oh, man. I mean, it's Microsoft POI's Windows 11, so I'm guessing they've added like little points of interest around where they developed Windows 11 or something. Or it's some special promotional shit. That's fine. As long as it doesn't stealth install it on my PC. Long enough for me to patch DCS and mod my CV landing mission, make a couple of goes of landing on CV59. I know, right? Yeah, that's very true. Like, I don't get the whole money worship thing. I mean, maybe that's kind of obvious given my political inclinations, but I never really understood it. Like, it's just, who fucking cares? You're gonna take it with you, are you? Like, you don't need billions upon billions of dollars to leave an impact on the world or have an interesting life. I mean, I guess it helps, but you don't need it. Like, the single-minded fucking pursuit. Like, how many people... I know a lot of people do it to kind of better their kids' lives, and that's understandable, but how many people who don't even have kids and aren't planning on it, how many of them work themselves half to fucking death and miss out on so many things they could have done because they're just obsessed with making number go up? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. The only money I care about is enough money to keep me fed, housed, keep the internet running. That's it. That's all I care about. I mean, it's nice if I have enough to travel and stuff, but I'm not going to go out and work full-time for fucking 20, 30 years at some job I absolutely despise and, you know, getting trampled all over by some sociopathic boss just so that by the time I actually have the money to do the stuff I wanted to do, I can't enjoy it anymore because my fucking body doesn't work, although it already half doesn't work. You know what really gets me is and it's particularly, I mean, it's always been there, but it's become particularly kind of cancerous over the past 10, 15 years. Aspirational TV. Like, TV shows that are just nothing but wanking off about wealth. I mean, you could argue that social media is basically this, but the most advanced form so far. I mean, fucking every photo you see of an influencer who's like some rando I've never, like, who are these people? I've never heard of them. I don't have Instagram, which is probably why, but like, just random fucking people that somehow get enough clout on Instagram that they make shitloads of money and fucking... Like, there was this whole trend when Chernobyl, the miniseries came out, of Instagram influencers fucking off to Pripyat and getting like photos of them posing in bikinis in front of the fucking Ferris wheel or some shit. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing with your life? Like, come on. Who cares? Who fucking cares? Look, the only influence, the only fucking influence I care about ever having is, first of all, getting rid of this fucking everything's an interceptor mindset that I have to put up with every time I speak with anybody about Cold War aviation. And second of all, getting more people into flying the older aircraft in DCS. That's it. That's it. That's all I care about for influence. I mean, I have a little more than that, I guess. I can, you know, kind of push things here and there, but it's not much, and I don't want it to be that much. Like, I don't want to be some great big important fucking figurehead in the world. That's too much responsibility for me. I don't care. Just miss me with that shit. Hey, Jeff. What gets me, Jeeve, is not even just the entire monetary system, but little things. Like, just the little social controls that, I mean, slowly they get pushed back on, but they get replaced by other ones. You know, now instead of having 2.5 kids, a dog, and 2 cars, and a nice lawn, there's other things like being able to go on trips to fucking places no one's heard of so you can get photos for your Instagram account. Shit like that, like just the little ways society persuades you to enslave yourself and sell your labor at a fraction of what it's actually worth so that you can be just like everyone else. Why the fuck would you want to be just like everyone else? Like, I look at other people around me, some of them are having a good time, a lot of them aren't. Like, why would I want to be the same as them? I'm already my own person, you know? Let me trend on Twitter like Hassan does. That would end horribly. That would end absolutely horribly. I check Twitter like once a month, or when somebody posts something particularly spicy that I want to go retweet. That's it. That's all I check on Twitter. I don't even know how to tweet it, like, competently. Buy the $3 million house. Look, on the one hand, I'm not surprised that he bought a house of that value, considering he's one of the most, like, the top paid Twitch streamers. He's, I forget if he's in the top 5 or top 10 or whatever, but he's up there. I'm not fucking surprised that Hassan or fucking XQC or any of them are making millions of dollars a year. I mean, if anyone who is surprised by that probably needs to reevaluate their situational awareness. Like, if you honestly think somebody could have tens of thousands of concurrent viewers and God knows how many subs and not be making that kind of money, not just off Twitch itself, but off deals, like sponsorship deals, advertising deals, whatever, I don't know what to tell you. It's not a surprise to me. Like, there are a couple of streamers I watch that I would not be surprised if they're millionaires by this point. But, you know, like, it's not a shock to me. I'm never going to be at that point. I already know it. But I don't care, because I do this because I enjoy it, not because I expect to get rich off of it. You know, this. If I expected to get rich off of this, I probably would have done the classic new streamer, I want to quit my job and stream full-time thing, and paid like a couple $100 for graphics before even having any viewers. It's such a common mistake I see people make. And I kind of wish I could tell them, like, no, you don't need graphics. Get some viewers first, then you can have graphics. But so many of them go and sink money into this, expecting a return off of it. It's like, no. Like, if you're lucky, if you're really lucky, you might be able to make back the money you put into it in like 2 or 3 years. I mean, I was streaming for about a year or a year and a half before I really started averaging around, you know, 40 to 50 viewers per stream. And that was, like, I've been streaming longer than that, but it was, you know, just armor stuff. I wasn't actually expecting anyone to watch because it was just for me and my mates. But when I actually started properly trying to stream and get, you know, not get viewers, but entertain people, basically, not just sit there and not even talk or read chat or whatever. Once I started doing that, it was about, I think, a year or a year and a half or something before I started averaging any kind of, you know, double-digit viewer count. And that's, you know, I make enough money off of it. Again, like, apparently people have been getting, like, banned because they fucking flashed up the actual spreadsheets for what people are getting paid. Like, bro, it's public knowledge. What the fuck are you doing, Twitch? Anyway, like, you know, I'm not going to say how much I make off Twitch, other than it's not much. It pays my fucking internet bill and contributes to my power bill. That's it. It's not much at all. But yeah, I'm not surprised that some of the top Twitch streamers make that much money. But I also don't expect to ever get there myself. I have no delusions about how important I am in the world. How much you pay for internet? $70 a month. And then my power bill is fairly astronomical, so it doesn't even cover the entire power bill. Cowering is what I do when I get the power bill. Yeah, it doesn't cover the entire bill, it just contributes towards it. I'm not turning into a VTuber. It's not happening, Max. How is it taking this long? How big was that package? Not that big. What's DCS doing? 98%. DCS is at 98%. We're still not even done with this stuff. You know what? We're actually going to unselect them. I'll update them later. We're not flying to any of these places today, so fuck it. I don't want to wait all the extra time. We'll wait for this thing to... You know what? No, we don't even need to. We can just go straight to it. Give me a minute here. I think this should work. Fingers crossed, this should work. badlifechoices.flt. There we go. Yep, that should do us. Airborne. Why did it save airborne? I'm gonna try and load it, but I think it's gonna glitch out and fucking throw me into the sky. We'll try it. What is a VTuber? It's like a streamer, but instead of a face cam, they use like a virtual character. Usually anime. It's quite a pretty loading screen. I wonder where that is. Looks like it might be the southwest US somewhere maybe, or North Africa. Actually that does look... Oh! Yeah, no, that looks like the US, because it's got pine trees on the top of it. Probably like Utah or Nevada somewhere. I was going somewhere with that whole spiel about how much Twitch streamers make, and I have no idea where it was. I don't even remember. Oh yeah, the $3 million house. I don't know what I'd do with a... Oh, we're good, we're good. I don't know what I'd do with a $3 million house. Like, Dude, it's too big. I couldn't live in a house that size. I'd never be able to clean it. Like, when you have an attention span as bad as mine, look at this weird anti-aliasing shit going on, by the way. I noticed this the other day. It's quite cool looking, but it's odd. It's a struggle to get any cleaning done, let alone a large house. Like, that would just be awful. No thank you. No thank you, please. Okay, well the engine's already running. I have no idea how much fuel we got in the plane. We need some lights, because it's cloudy as fuck outside. We might have some spicy weather to fly into today. We need our belly tank. Oops. Should be there. We need our belly tank on, which it is. Our oxygen on. It should be switched off at the regulator. Actually, we can turn it on because it won't feed through, I guess. I'm not sure if this is meant to be an on-demand oxygen system or what, but it's acting like one. We'll go ahead and give it some right rudder trim. Not sure if that's going to be too much or too little. We will find out the fun way. Both of these on, especially the pitot heat, given the weather. And what else am I missing? Nav light should already be on. Let me know if it's like stuttering or anything on stream, because I can't see the actual preview window at the moment. For some reason the Spitfire spawns with the right mag off, so that's back on. Our trim is neutral, which is good enough. I'm just going to go over to the fuel bowser if I can find one. Actually, I don't know if there is one. Because I think I had trouble finding it, so I just used the menu. So we'll do that again. Oh, okay, we're having this issue. So this is a problem I had last time I loaded from a flight like this. The actual top menu doesn't appear, and so I can't bring up the fuel window or anything, I don't think. There might be a bind for it. Let's check. There might be a... Oh, controls. There might be a bind for it, but I don't think there is. Request fuel, toggle fuel pump. Payload? Load? No. Wait. Wait. Nope, okay. I don't think we can do it. We're just gonna have to hope that the aircraft is full. Which is something you really want to hear the pilot say. Has it also saved my course? That is a good question. Let's find out. Oh, it won't let me open the VFR map either. This could be interesting. This is going to be a problem, so I think we're going to restart the flight. We'll have to relaunch it from the ground though. So we'll go back to main menu. And we'll have to just reset the flight, which is annoying, but it is what it is. I don't remember if I saved the actual flight plan though, or if it's going to load properly, because the flight plans seem to be a bit iffy with loading. Yeah, see, it's got me taking off from Jagilevo and it's got the wrong aircraft. So we're actually taking off from... Did we land at Minsk too? No, we didn't. That's the airport. We landed here, Minsk 1. That's where we were. We were actually in this parking spot, so we'll set that as departure. We'll go ahead and... Where is my Spitfire? There she is. Excuse me? Spitfire? Yes. Liveries. This one. We want full fuel, and we're going to need to shift that a little. We'll leave the rest... 250 miles. Yeah, that's not too bad. We might do an overflight. We'll set it as a waypoint, but we won't actually land there, I think. But we'll overfly Babrusk. And then... Where else should we overfly? Not really much down here, I guess. Obviously, overfly. Oh, Jesus, no. No. Why did it... Why did you do that? Whatever, if we know it's along the route, so we can divert that. We're gonna change the time. Actually, no, we're not. That's exactly when I want it to be. The weather's gonna be shit, though. I kind of don't want to set it to clear, and the presets look like arse. Like, the live weather looks amazing, but the presets look kind of like arse. We'll just leave it. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Friends consider me a little weird for just wanting to live in a flat or a cheap condo. I am perfectly happy living in a small place. Like I like cozy things. I unironically like tiny houses, but I don't like the whole fucking cult around them. But, you know, if I had a small parcel of land, I would just build myself a small house, nice and cozy, and that would be it. Bro. 6 AM and it's this dark. Oh. It's probably... I don't know. We'll adjust the time a little, hang on. Time... 7:04. Oh, it's fucking, it's going into winter up there, isn't it? That's why. That'll do. That will do. Oh, hello. Right. So, rain, please turn on. Okay, we'll get that cracked. We'll go ahead and set our rudder trim now before I forget. Oh shit, that's right. I couldn't get this to prime, could I? Crap! We're gonna have this issue again. I'm gonna have to start from the fucking runway. I'm sorry for all the delays, guys. We will get there eventually. We will get there one day. Okay. Yes, let's... Where is it? Here we go. Start from the runway, so we should be started up and good to go. We'll move the time ahead to, what was it, like 8 o'clock. We are going to Kiev, so we'll set that as our arrival, and then we'll set Babrusk as a waypoint. I'm just going to fly it off the VFR map because, you know, it's a sightseeing tour, it's not a fucking proper thing. Do we want to go further east though? Kind of want to go further east and do some more sightseeing. Kind of want to. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Is there an airport here I can sit? Close enough. I probably will need to refuel now from doing this. And then... I just need to remember to head over this way. There should be... There won't be any airfields here. Aha! Yes! There we go. That should be a nice little flight for us. My rent here is like 220 bucks a week, I think. But it's a really, like, it's not complaining, it's a small flat, but yeah, 220 a week. Most places I've lived in were kind of hovering between 180 and 220. Like, a lot of student houses in university cities, at least 10 years ago when I was living in one, were about 180. It was kind of the default price, as it were. Bro, it's dark again. What are you doing? Why did it set it to fucking 5 AM? There we go. Get the other floodlight on. Turn that one down a bit so it's not blinding. Fuel pressurization on. Pitot heat and rad. Rudder trim. Turn our belly tank on so we are actually draining off it. We'll double check the fuel because it likes to fucking remove. Thought so. Sneaky bastard. Don't know why it does that. Get the oxygen going. I would like to actually cold start the thing, but if you can't prime it, you can't cold start the Spitfire, so just gotta go with what I got. Turn the right mag on. I don't know why the right mag keeps spawning in the off position. What am I missing? Oxygen regulator on. Okay. Side door's already closed. Open the canopy, because you're supposed to take off with it open. Trim is neutral. Parking brake is going to come off, and we are going to start rolling. We got a crosswind. Oh boy, this will be fun. Let me tell you how much I love crosswinds in the Spitfire. A reasonably narrow runway in between buildings. Too much trim! Oh, shit. I'm sorry, chat. I've got to pause. I forgot to put the fucking spring back on my pedals after I flew the fucking... or after I spawned in the hind. That could be an issue in this plane, so give me a moment. We are turbo scuffed today. I thought something felt wrong. There we go. Okay, please let that be the only disaster this flight, please. Active pause saves the day. Just get my track IR recentered. Did you expect any other kind of flying from me? Be real. Did it not unpause? What the? Oh, okay. Well, it just stopped me on the runway, I guess, when I active paused it. That's interesting. Guess it means we get another run at the takeoff. Full right rudder trim is too much. Way too much. A little bit of turbulence already. We'll pretend we're going to listen to them, and then we just won't. Game's stuttering a little, it's trying to load everything in. So yes, that is Minsk. Oh, she's... gusty. Gusty. Yeah, cool. We're not gonna do it. We'll say we're doing it, but we won't actually. Fucking clouds, goddamn. Okay, so what's our initial heading we want to take up? should see our course line appear pretty much on it. So I'm going to fly about 150, 160, somewhere around there. Actually, no, 140, I think. A decent bit of altitude we can pick up here. Like it's totally overcast, but the cloud's reasonably high, so it's not like we're not going to see anything. It's pretty dim though, because the sun's not really getting through. Dial it back to about +2 pounds boost. And 2650 revs. And recenter my tracker again, because I keep fidgeting and putting it off center. There we go. So yeah, that was Minsk. For those that missed it, before we landed the last time I played MSFS, we did a little bit of a tour around town, had a bit of a look. It's very flat around here, which again goes back to what I've been saying, you know, regarding Russia's strategic concerns and the European plain. Well, this is why it's dead flat. Not hard to push an army across this. Myself trimmed a little better, get myself a more comfortable seating position. There we go. I'll have to retrim it again. Sorry about the stutters every now and then, but MSFS does that from time to time. I've got the settings turned pretty far up, so that doesn't really help. Flat. Unfortunately, the Spitfire doesn't really get... Well, I mean, it can kind of get high enough to see the curvature of it in the sim, but not really be obvious. We need something like the F-104 for that. F-104 or MiG-21, something like that. Something fast. Water reflecting, or the morning sunlight reflecting off the rivers is quite beautiful. I find it still hard to get my head around just how good this sim looks, but also how good it feels. You know, quirks of some of the flight models aside, sorry, I'm fidgeting again. Quirks of some of the flight models aside, like the way the air interacts with the aircraft feels very, very real. You know, it's obviously nothing will replace actual flight hours in terms of getting the experience, but it's really close, really, really close. Can you shoot in MSFS? No. So some of the aircraft will let you shoot, but it's not like real weapons, it's just like a little gun flash effect. The Corsair does it. I haven't figured out how to do it though, like I don't know what the keybind is. But most aircraft won't let you do it, and the sim is supposed to be like, you know, friendly for kids to play and that, so none of the stuff you can buy on the in-sim marketplace has any sort of weapons. Some third-party aircraft do have weapons, but they're not properly functional. Citations cruise at about 12 kilometers. Yeah, they fly quite high. A lot of the little biz jets cruise up around, like, 40, 45,000 feet. Whereas the airliners are usually a little bit lower. Constantly making little adjustments on the trim here. The biggest pain in the backside for long distance flights on the Spitfire is that it doesn't have aileron trim. You do have rudder trim, but you don't have aileron trim, so the aircraft's always yawing slightly to one side because of the prop torque. So all you can do is try and fly the aircraft at a speed where it's not really noticeable, otherwise you end up with a very sore wrist very quickly. Speaking of which, I just realized I've been putting forwards pressure on the stick the whole time, so I need to do a bunch of nose down trimming. Try and get it so I can just fly hands off. Not that I want to actually fly hands off, but the closer it is to being there, the less pressure I have to put on the stick and the less annoying it is for me. This is very satisfying in real life when you're actually able to trim an aircraft to fly hands off. I've done it a couple times, only during like cold mornings in winter. During the summer here, it's just too bumpy to take your hands off the controls normally. But on a nice still winter's morning, it's wonderful. Just sit back and relax. What I really miss is having a force feedback stick. I really, really miss having one. You can see that those patches of generic looking fields, like the ones kind of with those white patches in them, that's where there was a cloud when they took the satellite imagery. So the sim uses generic textures to cover up areas where they don't have satellite imagery, but they're really noticeable. Like, you can just tell the contrast between the actual satellite images and the actual generic textures that they put in. It's really obvious. And I am losing altitude here because I am not trimmed properly, as usual. You do not want to fly into that, especially not in a warbird. It might look pretty, but that will kill you. Just both because of mistakes I made where I didn't check the weather before I flew in the sim, and also because I deliberately wanted to do it to see what it was like. I have flown some of the warbirds in this sim into thunderstorms. It is not pleasant. It's terrifying. You can't tell which way. Like, you've got an artificial horizon and instruments, but they're all moving so quickly and so erratically, you still get disorientated. You know, 1 minute you'll hit an updraft and you'll be on the edge of... You'll be actually below your stall speed, but climbing at 4,000 feet a minute, and then it drops out from under you and you just plummet towards the ground. It's really something. That's how you know he's serious about it. Yeah, I really, really miss having it, especially for the World War II stuff. Like, I used to use it to fly the original IL-2 back in the day, and it was amazing for that. Absolutely amazing for that. Like, you know, it's one of those things you kind of don't realize certain aircraft are even capable of spinning because you just never pull the stick that hard. I mean, obviously they are, but any aircraft is some way or another, but like the Spitfire, for instance, you'd always get such a palpable warning of an oncoming stall that you would just stop pulling and never have to actually deal with the consequences. It was wonderful. Actually off track slightly. Babrusk is off the nose. It should be over there somewhere. Oh, look what I see. I wonder what we have down here. Some sort of military installation. Sometimes feels like cheating. I mean, it's not though. That's what you would have if you were in a real aircraft. That's the thing. It's not cheating. It's just realism. You know, there's a lot of stuff that the sim can't account for. I wonder what that is. I'll have to remember that one, I think, Seal. Add it to my collection. Kind of intersected our own path here. It should be more or less along the river, so it'll be off my left now. Oh yeah, the F-14 would be. Actually, with something like the MiG-21, it should solve a lot of the problems of being able to accidentally rip the wings, because you would feel that you feel the pressure in the stick. Whereas me, with my normal spring joystick, I don't feel it, and so sometimes I accidentally pull more G than I intend to. What was on the right wing? Where? You mean, what did we fly past that I was looking at? Some kind of military installation, I don't know what. Like warehouses or something. Oh, a little bit of a freezer. Does it from time to time as it's loading in scenery. It depends on the aircraft, and it depends on the artificial field system too. Because I mean, that's like on a modern jet. I say modern jet. On a jet, pretty much any jet, that's where you're getting your stick forces from. It's not from the actual wind over the control surface. It's from the artificial feel unit. So it really depends how that's geared up. But yeah, it depends on the aircraft. So for instance, early Spitfires with the fabric covered ailerons, the ailerons would fucking lock up at high speeds completely because the canvas would balloon out. Likewise, the Zero was notorious for losing all its roll authority at high speed. Yeah, so for the spoilers, it'd just be some sort of artificial feel unit. I don't know how the ratios are done on it. Oh my god, look at that. Fucking hell, look at that. One of these days, when it's really stormy over Canberra, like when there's some sort of really recognizable cloud formation, I want to fly, like go outside, get a picture of it, and then fly in the sim and see how it compares. I missed the opportunity to do it a couple months ago. There was like a really distinctive cloud front over Canberra. Well, actually, east of Canberra, so east of where I am. And it looked stunning, and I want to see if the sim had, like, if it was even close, but I forgot to. I didn't realize I was, like, I didn't remember I was going to do it until chance had already passed. Yeah, the Spitfire's wing is fantastic. Like, it has such a high critical mark number, because it's so thin. Like, the thickness to chord ratio on the Spitfire is ridiculously small compared to every other World War II fighter. Even the Mustang. The Mustang is actually really surprisingly thick, which I didn't expect. Oh, can I not descend so much, please? See, sometimes with really large structures, the terrain will actually clip through the autogen buildings, like what's happened over there. That thing under the wingtip right now, that looks like either a school or a kindergarten. Actually, it's probably a school, being that shape. Those things under my wing, those are kindergartens. You can tell, they always look the same. They're always the same shape. Because they're standardized designs. And when we do play Workers and Resources on stream, you'll be seeing a lot of buildings like that. Oop, please unfreeze. It's double walled and it's got a control strip. That's interesting. I wonder what that is. Old Fortress, maybe? Does Bobdill's have a fortress? Not sure. I know a lot of towns in this area did have old ones from the Imperial days, but I don't know if Bobdill's have one. Looks like it might have been maybe a little airstrip at some point. Kind of hard to tell. It's kind of a funny layout because you've got all these little single houses in the middle of it, and then you've got the actual like commie block suburbs flung out around the edges. Bit unusual. It's kind of the reverse of what you usually see. You'll see like the old city in the middle of a lot of the older towns. They'll have the old city with the original buildings and then the commie blocks around it, and then you see these sort of more like rural villagey looking places, but it's kind of a hodgepodge of everything all at the same time. See, a lot of these roads aren't even paved, just dirt roads. Like, these villages have probably been here for a long time and they just built the city around them. few little bumps and jolts. The buildings aren't really tall enough to be causing much turbulence. Well, mechanical turbulence anyway. There'd be thermals, but I don't think vanilla MSFS simulates thermals at the moment. I know you can get mods that do it, because like the glider mods use them, but I don't think the default game simulates them. I do indeed. It's a power station or something down there. Ah, here's the airfield. Military airfield, obviously. So that's the one we actually had the waypoint set to, I think. Yeah, I was watching CCM do some glider stuff, mostly using the mountain winds rather than thermals. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, I'm not sure if they still use it, to be honest. Parts of it certainly look like they haven't been used for a long time. Alright, so we want to go under the same course we were already following, actually. These clouds are stunning. Absolutely stunning. In fact, if we more or less follow the river, we can cut the corner. If we do follow the river, it'll take us kind of to where we want to go, but we can just cut straight across anyway. It'll be about 140 for heading. Same as before. We'll pick up a little more altitude since the weather is slightly improving as we fly south. I don't know why I did that. We would know if the belly tank was already empty because the engine would start sputtering. That's my signal to switch over to the internal tanks. Oh, there we go. Little bumpy. I just can't get enough of the weather in this game. Like, the scenery is nice, but even if the scenery was, you know, just kind of like it was in FSX or whatever, the weather is what blows me away. No other sim has weather like this, not for free. Some of them have, like, paid add-ons, but none of them have weather like this for free. DCS is probably one of the closer ones. And DCS, it's just, you know, the clouds are pretty, but there's no actual weather system. Well, not a lot of weather system behind it. It does have some. Yeah, like 3 layers of clouds, 4 layers of wind, and that's, you know, and some turbulence, but that's about it. I don't know if DCS simulates turbulence off of, you know, tree lines or buildings. I've never noticed any. And I don't know if DCS simulates mountain winds, but I don't think it does. If it did, Growling Sidewinder server would probably have a lot more thrills and spills than it already does. But the other thing as well is the way DCS does clouds, at least the presets, is it uses textures, like, it uses basically texture maps, like alpha map textures to tell the game where to put clouds and where not to put clouds at the different layers. This is like this sim generates these clouds based on the actual weather, as far as I can tell. They'll move slightly, like the DCS clouds don't move. I don't know if you noticed they don't move. Not yet, anyway. These do. These will actually move with the wind. They'll change shape slightly. Like it's phenomenal. Like look at this. Like they're not quite photorealistic, but they're really fucking close. It's just, it blows my mind, man. Like, clouds that look that good and weather that actually feels like real weather is just such an incredible combination. So we're starting to get into some really swampy land here. You can see over there's a lot of water. The Pripyat marshes are like the biggest wetland in Central Europe. It's named after the Pripyat River, which is what it most famously flows into, but it takes up most of southern Belarus, most of northern Ukraine, and then various bits and pieces of other countries. I think it even goes into Russia. During World War II, it was an absolute hive of activity for the partisans because the Germans could never ever fully get into the marshes and kind of root them out of it. It was one of the areas of the front that did change hands quite a bit back and forth because it's just such shit terrain to fight in. It's pretty though. Someday you need to go survey that server with 3 anti-cyclones. Oh my god. Is that server still up? I hope that server's still up. It's fucking amazing. Actually, you need to get Pom to show Seal that, because I don't know if he saw it. Truly the server that we've all been waiting for. I can't tell if that's sand or if that part of the satellite imagery was photographed in winter. I think that's from winter. That's actually snow. It's colorized it to make it try and look like sand, but I think it's actually meant to be snow. Yeah, there's more up here, so that's probably what happened. It is a very sandy area though, particularly like as we get to Pripyat, you'll be able to see like whole areas of bare sand where they scraped away the surface either because of radiation to get rid of the contaminated soil, or because they were using it for cement to build the town. Like, this is the thing, right? You know, a lot of places when they build new buildings or build a new town, they'll import cement from somewhere else. In the Soviet Union, as much as possible, if they were building a town, they would use local resources to do it. If they needed wood, they'd take it from the nearest forest. If they needed cement, they'd take the local sand. This had some mixed results, as the sand in Ukraine is shit for cement. So, it's kind of surprising that Pripyat is as well preserved as it is, considering it's made out of like 3rd grade concrete at best. It's not real great for it. River sand is too smooth. It doesn't really stick like you need for concrete. Ocean sand is what you want for concrete. Yeah, it is. It's beautiful, and you've got kind of like God rays coming through under the canopy frame as well. Absolutely glorious. Absolutely fucking glorious. Yeah, that's snow. So this was photographed in winter. This is all done in winter for the satellite photography. And the AI, because none of this has been done by humans in this area, this is why I'm flying around Eastern Europe, besides curiosity of my own, is this area is one of the least touched up parts of the global map. You know, even places in South America, Africa, whatever, are popular tourist spots, so they'll touch them up. Fucking ain't no tourists going to Bobrusk. Like, well, there are, but not the right kind of tourists. So, they don't touch anything up. Well done, Cotty. Well done. So yeah, that's snow. I mean, it's done a pretty convincing job of trying to turn it into sand, so props to the AI there. I have a couple of extra keyboards installed on my, or keypads installed on my phone. I've got Cyrillic because occasionally I need to use it to search for stuff or whatever. And then I've got Hebrew on it too because I made an abortive attempt at learning Hebrew one time and I gave up because what the fuck? Like, just what the fuck? You have every chance to make a functional language and you take it, like, dead liturgical language that hasn't been used for like 2,000 years except for religious shit. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all, so I gave up. But I've still got the keyboard for it on my phone, so every now and then I'll be typing a message and I'll accidentally swipe with my thumb, and then it turns into like square script or fucking Cyrillic or something. It's like, oh no. Yeah, I saw that. It'll have some panels in Hebrew and some in English, which should be an interesting combination. I should probably pick it back up again, to be honest. I definitely need to actually start learning Russian properly. I never get around to it. Like, I slowly absorb it through osmosis, but by the time I become fluent, I'll be fucking 90 at this rate. Okay, we're more or less on course, actually. We're not doing too badly. A lot of decent farmland around here, probably most of it being potatoes, because, you know, Lukashenko loves his potatoes. Look at the fucking cloud formations, damn. I cannot get over it. Oh, Steve, that was so good. That was just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Technical terms are always, like, just a breeding ground for comedy when it comes to translations, because they translate so fucking badly. Like, knowing another language is hard enough in itself, but knowing another language in technical terms, like being able to describe machinery in that language, or the parts of a machine, is, like, god-tier skills. Because a lot of the names for components of machinery, right, are derived from what they remind people of, what they look like. For instance, the barrel of a gun, because it's round and it, you know, hollow. Stuff like that. And then it doesn't translate to every language. Like, they'll have their own thing for it. And it might be completely different. It's so flat. So completely flat. Ooh. Excuse me? What the fuck? That was an interesting air current. I wonder what caused that. That wasn't me kicking the rudder, that was the air. Like, I got my feet on the pedals, but I'm hands off now. A bit of left pedal to correct this roll. I'm still hands off, and I got the pedals centered. starting to look like home. As we get into Ukraine, it'll be more and more obvious. It'll really look like home to me. Where are we today? We are a little bit southeast of Babrusk. We're heading for Gomel, and then we'll be heading towards Pripyat, and we're landing at Kiev. We might do a fuel stop, though. I don't know if we'll need to. We might do a fuel stop at, like, we'll do one here. Like, we've still got fuel in the belly tank even, but I'll do a fuel stop here because I don't want to run out over the fucking middle of the forest. You know, this sim is so realistic looking and realistic feeling. It kind of reaches the uncanny valley, but in a different way than most sims. The way I'm thinking is that, so in real life, if I needed to tell the wind direction, say my engine failed and I was looking for a way to land into the wind, there are a couple little clues you can use. Obviously, if trees are visibly swaying, you know where the wind's coming from, but if the trees are visibly swaying, you probably know anyway, you know, because the aircraft's getting kicked around. But one of the ways you can tell where the wind's coming from is as you fly over dams or ponds, still bodies of water with no current, you look for the side where it's dead flat, and then there should be waves on the other side. So the flat side is the side that the wind is coming from, and the waves are the side the wind is going to. Be careful where you say that, Swipe. You say those words in this part of the world, you'll get your fucking ass kicked. Especially these days. Is that a city over there? That is a city over there. Yes. Is that... Which city is that? Is that Mazir? I don't think it is. I think Mazir is further over. Anyway, we're nearly there. Downloading Flight Sim for the first time. I'm excited. Hey, congratulations. You might be waiting a while. It does take a while to download and even longer to update, but it's worth the wait. It's really, really, really worth the wait. Animarayada comes from Latin, which means soul, so literal translation is striped soul. That's an unusually deep thing to call rifling on a gun that is going to remove somebody's soul. It's interesting. Very interesting. Potatoes! Probably. A T-16,000 is pretty good for entry level. Just try not to get too carried away with it because they don't have the greatest build quality, but you know, if you're just using it for flights, like Microsoft Flight Sim, it should be fine. It's only if you're using it for like heavy-duty combat in DCS that it becomes a big problem. World War II bombers, they use dead reckoning to figure out wind correction. Kind of crazy how they did it. Yeah, like World War II navigation. It's just mental. Or like having to do fucking Celestial Nav in a single-seat, single-engine aircraft over the Pacific. What the fuck, dude? Like, the brains on those pilots must have just been enormous. That almost looks like a cemetery. A big cemetery, if that's what it is. Might be a World War II one. Or, as it is in this part of the world, the Great Patriotic War. Oh, there we go. There's our town, or city even. This is Gomel. This is one of the larger cities in Belarus, particularly in the south of it. Ukraine is just over that way. Very typical Soviet city. You've got a big factory, and then just near it you've got big apartment blocks for the workers in that factory. Very efficient city planning. Very, very efficient. Maybe not the prettiest to some people. I like it. It's very practical. I like practical things. There's a beauty in let me start again. There's a beauty in utilitarianism. There we go. And in fact, the thing that makes the Spitfire so beautiful, these gorgeous elliptical wings, came about purely because they needed a way to fit in 8 machine guns in the original Spitfire. And the only way they could do it was to... and keep the wing thin enough was to have this shape of wing. The Hurricane used a different solution, and the Hurricane has extremely thick wings as a result. So that practicality is what made the Spitfire so iconic. And you know, like, I can see where they're coming from, but a lot of people think that, oh, you know, the buildings all look the same, how would you ever tell which one you live in? You know, you would go to in fact, there's a Soviet-era film, which is a comedy based on that premise. A guy gets absolutely fucking hammered and ends up awake in the wrong city, but it looks exactly like his city, to the point there's an exact copy of his exact apartment in the exact same district, except in a completely different city. I get that, but at the same time, you look at like suburbia in any sort, especially the English-speaking countries. The US and Canada are the worst examples. Australia's following quickly behind. Like, all those houses look the same as well. So, you know, I'd prefer a practical living place over a fucking McMansion with a backyard that's barely big enough to swing a cat, and my neighbor able to hang out their window and touch my fucking house's wall. And being contractually locked to the shittiest ISP possible because, you know, them and the property developer were in cahoots. Happens a lot here. As you might guess from that very specific example, it happens a lot, usually with Telstra. Yeah, it does. So there's 3 infrared LEDs attached to this to form a triangle, and next to my webcam there's another little camera that looks at where those are, and it uses trigonometry to figure out which way my head's looking. If you're familiar with the helmet-mounted sight on the MiG-29 or the Su-27, the flanker, it's the same technology, basically. The Spitfire actually isn't even laminar flow from memory, it's just very thin. Because Supermarine at the end of World War II were developing a new fighter called the Spiteful, and it's essentially if you take a late Mark Spitfire's fuselage and marry it to a laminar flow wing very similar to the Mustangs, and they had very high hopes for it, but it actually, like, it wasn't a bad fighter, but it was definitely nowhere near as good as the Spitfire. Galzilla, thanks for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy Flight Sim once you get it downloaded and installed. But yeah, the Spitfire's wing was so much better than anyone actually realized at the time. Like, as I mentioned before, and as Steve was alluding to, it has an extremely high critical mark number. It doesn't experience aileron reversal until almost transonic speeds, essentially. It's a fantastic wing. Absolutely fantastic. To the point where Supermarine probably would have been better off if, instead of giving the early Supermarine jets, like the Attacker, instead of giving them the wings they did, they should have just given them Spitfire wings. Really? Yeah, the Spiteful was fast. Like, the Spiteful was incredibly fast. It was one of the fastest piston engine planes ever built. But at the same time, its handling characteristics were quite unpleasant. It had vicious, abrupt stalls, whereas the Spitfire stall is very benign and it gives you a lot of warning before it does it. The Spiteful would drop out from under you at the slightest provocation with no warning, and usually end up in a spin, or at least incipient to a spin. There should be an airport around here somewhere. We need to top up our fuel. I think it's on this side of the river, actually, like on the far side. So we'll go have a look. We've still got plenty left. We're still on the belly tank, so I'm not overly concerned. Look at the lighting. The lighting in this game is gorgeous. Everything about this is just beautiful. Like, I know that, you know, it's kind of the centerpiece of the sim, but it really is stunning how good it looks. Especially, this is all, except the plane I'm flying, this is all free content. Everything you see here, except this plane, is free. Well, I say free, like, it's not paid beyond the cost of the sim, so you buy the sim once and you have all this. You don't need to buy scenery packs. You can, and I have, but, like, this is all default scenery. You can see here there was a cloud when they took the satellite imagery, so this bit looks like crap. But, you know, it is what it is. We've seen plenty of areas like that. That's why, for those that haven't been following along the whole journey, that's why I'm partially doing this journey in Eastern Europe and sort of the Caucasus, and then Central Asia we'll get to eventually. It's partly my own historical interest in the area, but it's also because this is the one part of the world in the sim that we can be sure nobody has curated. You know, nobody DeSobo has sat there painstakingly arranging trees or airbrushing out clouds or changing buildings. This was all done by the AI that they use to generate the scenery. This is all done by AI. Like, no human hand has touched this, pretty much. And it looks really, really good. You know, it has its moments, like that little bit over there where the cloud was, but, like, look at that. It's just phenomenal. And, you know, if you go to a major city which has photogrammetry, it's literally photorealistic. Although you'll notice, because of the way photogrammetry works, the closer you get to the ground, the more jagged things become. That's just kind of a natural effect of it. So the autogen scenery is a bit crisper, but it's, you know, obviously not as 100% correct to the area it's in. So again, that's where there was a cloud. You can see the kind of shitty generic textures, but then you come back out from where there was a cloud and you've got this perfect satellite scenery and the auto-generated buildings on top of it. Absolutely gorgeous. And this is why I'm excited about this sim. If this is an area that nobody has touched up manually, imagine what you can do when you do a little fine-tuning, a little tweaking. Like, the technology that's actually behind this is really impressive, honestly, really impressive. And if they continue maintaining this sim for another decade, or ideally longer, but, you know, it's very online reliant, so I don't know how long they'll keep the servers up. It's just mind-boggling, the possibilities with it. I have not seen that airfield. There's actually one in front of me, but there should be another behind me as well. We'll circle back around, we'll try and spot it, and we'll do a quick landing, top up the fuel, and then we'll head down to Ukraine. Well, you heard about the fact they're doing a global map, right, Chief? That was the single thing, the single most important revelation of that Russian language interview that came out like a month or two ago, That was the single most fucking important thing, and the entire English-speaking DCS community missed it. All of them. They were so busy squabbling on Hoggett over whether they said they were confirming the F4U Corsair or the F4 Phantom, even though the interviewer's question specifically said the word Phantom, which, you know, Phantom, F4, obviously. They were so busy arguing about that, they didn't hear Kate say, when asked about, you know, new maps, Kate literally said the words from pole to pole, and then the entire team sat there doing these shapes. And the entire English-speaking DCS community missed it completely. I was sitting there shitting myself laughing. I just decided I wouldn't say anything. I dropped a few subtle hints in my Discord. But I didn't say anything because I wanted to see how long it took them to figure it out, and boy, it took a long time. A very long time. Okay, we're gonna pull back the canopy. We are actually bleeding off speed a little better here. So it may just be that I was having, you know, funny, incorrect sensations when I said it didn't bleed quickly enough. It feels a little slow, but I think it's more just I was always in a slight dive before and I never noticed it, and the Spitfire will retain its speed in a slight descent. Need to back trim a little more. I was wondering that too, Super. Like, I'm wondering how they're actually going to technologically achieve it, and then, you know, how they're going to monetize it. That's what I'm wondering. They said they've been working on it for like 3 or 4 years or something like that now, so I'm quite sure that a lot of the back-end work that's gone into the sim over the years is kind of contributing towards allowing them to do it. There's probably some stuff we haven't seen yet as well, but I'm curious how exactly they'll go about it. Okay, we are below 160 geared, coming down. A little more back trim. A little more bank. We're gonna half-cock the lock here in case we need to jump out in a hurry, although obviously we won't be able to in the sim, that's what you do in real life. Half unlock the hatch there so you can kick it out in a hurry if you need to. I'm gonna go ahead and power back a little more. We're actually a little lower than I want to be, but that's okay. Go ahead and dump the flaps out. The nose kicks down as soon as they drop because they're hanging down at like 80, 90 degrees, well, 80-something degrees, I think, like 80 or 85. We need a little more power because I'm low. But we can just kind of float it there, keep the power on and fly it on. Got some trees there, so we're going to put on a little extra power. Just kind of hold it steady. Difficult to see over the nose, goddamn. Yeah, the HUD would be quite colourful. Watch out for those trees. I love when there's trees right at the end of the runway, and then that's the inner marker there. That little building is the inner marker, I think. Try and miss the approach lighting here. Got a crosswind, of course. Why wouldn't we have a crosswind? It's that kind of day, I guess. Okay. Now we come off the power. Off the power, off the power. Just gonna float a little. There we go. Now the challenge is keeping her on the runway. Whoop, which she doesn't want to do because the way the steering works on this is kind of... yeah, the ground handling is the biggest complaint I have with this module. Once they get that fixed, she should be really, really good. Well, we're down safely. Next point of order is to go find a fueling station. Should be one somewhere around here. Or fuel bowser somewhere. Oop, pop the hatch open. Give her a bit of right rudder trim for when we take off next. Pitch trim is already more or less neutral, which is pretty much where we want it. There should be one somewhere. There, maybe? Nope. During World War II, quite often when Spitfires were taxiing around airfields, they'd have one of the ERCs, one of the ground crews, sit on the wingtip to direct the pilot, because the pilot can't see shit over this nose. You can kind of see around it, but you can't see forwards. So there'd be an ERC sitting on the wingtip to yell at you if you were going to crash into something. You would also need 2 ERCs to hold the tail down when you did an engine run-up, one on each side of the stabilizer. And it was not unheard of for pilots to forget they were there and accidentally take off with ground crew still attached. There were actually a couple of documented cases of it happening when the Brits transferred some Lend-Lease Hurricanes to the Soviets up north in the Northern Fleet. I know at least one of them survived. At least one of them survived, but I know there were a couple of fatalities too, where the pilot just didn't know, and the ground crew couldn't hold on and they dropped off. No, that's the wheel wells. That's not the tail, that's the wheel wells. Man, it's so sad, like, a lot of people, you know, don't really get how planes work, and so you have these tragedies where they think, oh, I need to get out of here, well, you know, I'll just go in where the wheels go, in the wheel well, and they just don't realize that even if the wheel doesn't crush them when it retracts, they're gonna freeze to death. You know, they're gonna go hypoxic, they're gonna freeze to death, like, it's just, it's such a shame, man, such a shame. Now, all the comparisons people were making to Saigon, it wasn't like Saigon. Saigon was actually kind of orderly, kind of. It looked more like Da Nang to me. When Da Nang was evacuated, the ARVN troops rushed the runway. They were hanging off the aircraft's air, like the actual air stairs. Like, they couldn't close the fucking doors because there were guys hanging off them. It's just, it's sad, man. But desperation does that to a motherfucker. Alright, I don't see any, like, fuel bowsers around here, so we're just going to use the menu to do it. Why did I even land? Holy shit. I thought surely we'd use more than that. I guess I found the Econocruise setting. Jesus Christ. Well, whatever. We'll take back off with that. So make sure the flaps are up. You never, ever, ever, ever take off with the flaps down on the Spitfire. Ever. The only time you use flap on a Spitfire is to land. You guys are welcome to fly along when I do flight sim stuff, by the way, if you want to. Like, at the moment, I am at UMGG, I think that is, UMGG or UNGG, something like that. It's the airport northeast of Gomel. And we're heading towards Kiev, so if you want to fly along for a bit, and you've got the sim installed, by all means. And if you have the F4U, or I should say FG1D, or the P38, or the Spitfire, obviously, I'll be able to see it because I own all of those. Also the AK-18, if anyone wants to fly a thematically consistent aircraft for the region, although you'll have a very hard time keeping up with me. I think the last couple of times people have flown along, we've had a couple of jets. F-15s and F-22s and stuff, because they just left me for dead. Absolutely left me for dead. The old Spitfire's got some spring in a step, but not enough to keep up with that. Go ahead and close the hatch so I don't forget when I take off. Give the DC-6 a go? Yes, I've flown the DC-6 a couple times, not on stream yet, but I've flown it offline quite a bit. I still don't know how to start it, but I can fly it somewhat, kind of almost competently, if you don't count me blowing the engines after like 3 flights. I did a flight from Los Angeles to Groom Lake in it. It's actually the first time I successfully landed it without tail scraping, because I'm not used to sitting high up and far forwards. You know, I'm used to landing MiG-21s, not airliners. But yeah, I took it out to Groom Lake and landed it there. It was quite cool. I think I put some screenshots up in the Discord, but it would have been months ago now. It's not that I'm having issues starting it, it's that I don't know how to start it. I haven't taken the time to learn the startup procedure yet. The Spitfire I know the startup procedure for, it's easy. I just can't do it at the moment because the fucking primer isn't working properly. And without the primer I can't start the plane. But yeah, I know how to start the Spitfire. I kind of figured out myself how to start the Corsair. It's pretty logical, you know, if you know what the different switches do, it makes obvious sense what to press. And I've managed to get the P38 going eventually. The P38 startup process was a little more complicated, not because it was inherently complex, just that it does things differently than what I'm used to. But I can get all of the Warbirds started up. Is this game worth the money? I would say so, yes. I wouldn't necessarily go out and buy the most expensive package, unless you really, really, really want to have all the planes it includes and then fly from those airports. You know, you can just buy the cheapest edition of it, and there's wonderful little airfields you can find all over the world. The planes that you get with it are good enough, you know. I'd absolutely say it's worth the money. Right, trim set. Both mags are on, fuel is all good. Oxygen we didn't turn off, so it should still be on. Flaps up. Confirmed. Alright, let's get going. MiG-23 startup by common sense? I'll probably be able to figure it out. I mean, most of the switches are in the same place as the 21. The only difference is it has an actual turbo starter, not an electric starter. No, that kind of pricing and packaging is pretty common in the civilian sim market. So you'll have different editions of it with different amounts of, like, hand-tailored content, and then you'll also have third-party content, and then you'll have free content, then you'll have community-made content. It's a bit complicated, but suffice to say, you can get by with the... Excuse me, I would like to go this way. You can get by with just the default stuff. And then community made if you want, which is mostly what I do. Up. There we go. Once I get the ground handling squared away, it should be a little easier to take off. It's much less predictable than the DCS spit at the moment, which is saying something. Okay, we'll dial the revs back to about 2650. We don't need full climb power, honestly, even though we're quite heavy for a Spitfire. Bring them up to 2650 plus 2 boost. No. So the airports it lists aren't airports you have access to. It just means that they've gone over them by hand and made them look completely realistic as much as possible. if you buy the cheapest version, you can still use those airports. They'll just be automatically generated by the AI like that. So they might not be entirely correct. Like if it's your local airport, you might not recognize it 100%, right? But you can still take off and land there. You can land wherever the fuck you want. The world is truly your runway in this. I would absolutely say, like, unless you really, really, really desperately want to fly from one of the expensive, fancy, top-tier airports and have it be perfect scenery, and also fly the planes from that package, I just go for the cheapest package and buy some, like, third-party stuff for the stuff you're going to use. For instance, most of the scenery I've bought that actually costs money is for areas I fly a lot. Either areas that are local to me, areas that were local to me, or areas, you know, that I have some sort of interest in. Or just really pretty areas I want to fly to someday. I'm not going out buying scenery for some random airport in the middle of the US that I'm never going to fly to. Fun fact, the hand-done Misfits airports are causing issues with VATSIM. Taxiways are completely in the wrong spot. Oof. Interesting. Which one is better, the MiG-15 or Sabre? It depends on your flying style. The Sabre is faster and a little easier to fly. The MiG-15 is much better at climbing. The MiG-15 it accelerates well, it's very good in the vertical, but it takes a bit more brute force to fly. So I'd say the Sabre is probably the easier to learn of the two. It's just a really pleasant plane all round. The MiG-15 is... I don't know if I want to say it's the more capable of the two, because the Sabre can outperform it completely in certain aspects. But the MiG-15 is kind of, if you know how to use that plane, the Sabre won't be able to touch you. Is there a centralized site for official and or third-party add-on packages? So there's an in-game marketplace, which is, it doesn't have everything, but it has a lot of stuff, and you're buying it all through Microsoft. So there's no, you don't have to go to some GeoCities website from 2002 and buy something through some, bizarre payment method, not like PayPal at home. You don't have to do that. You can just buy it through the marketplace in-game, and Microsoft uses your Steam wallet, if you use Steam, to purchase in-game credits, which then go towards buying stuff. It's kind of convoluted, but it's less convoluted than going to third-party sites. There are third-party sites where you can buy stuff directly off them, and for certain stuff, like, for instance, the Corsair, where it has, you know, functional weapons, it only has them on the third-party site, because one of the terms of service of the marketplace is they're not allowed to have any sort of warmongery stuff. They can have military planes, but they can't have weapons. So if you want to pretend you're shooting stuff at the Corsair, you need to go to their to Milviz's site. There's also different community-run sites, like there's flightsim.to, I think it's either flightsim.to or flightsimulator.to, and that's like a site that has free mods and stuff on it, so you can go on there and download mods which the community have made for free, which I have a number of. They're really good. Like there are some, you know, there's a lot of low-effort stuff too, but there's some really amazingly high-effort free mods in this game. When I say functional weapons, Jeeve, I mean that it looks like the weapons are there. Like, you get muzzle flashes and, you know, shell casings, and you can drop bombs on things which don't explode. That's it. They don't do anything. They're just there for appearance's sake. Yeah, the DC-6 is wonderful. I absolutely love it. It looks good, it sounds good, it flies really nicely. Beautiful plane. Another military installation there. Oh, look, it's the... Remember the Pentagon we saw up at, fuck, where was it? It was at, Koti, what was the airbase? The Heavy Bomber Regiment one. Look, it's got a friend. It's exactly the same shape. I wonder what those are. For them to be exactly the same shape like that. Bulbasovo, that's what it was. I think. I just remember, because it sounded kind of funny, because it sounded like Bulbasaur, so yeah, Bulbasovo. Look at the fucking clouds, man. God damn, dude. Just... Oh. I can't. I can't. Holy fuck. Alright, so we're actually paralleling our planned course, but that's fine. Oh, I remember seeing that on the world map when I was setting my flight path. Okay, well that's where that is. Was it named by the residents, or was it named by the residents of the next town over? That's the question. Oh, man. Yeah, I would guess the next town over, to be honest. You know, it seems like it would... You know what I forgot to do again? I don't know how I forgot to do that. I'm sorry, I oversped my landing gear. I think it still works, though. Why did none of you tell me? Why didn't you tell me the green light was on? Second time I've done that now. Jesus. The issue is, the binding is only up or down, but the Virpil control panel has up, neutral, and down, which is great on a MiG. Like, that's perfect on a MiG, but on a Spitfire I just need up and down. Although, actually, I think this does have neutral. I think this does actually have neutral, it's just the bindings aren't there for it. Yeah, that's... So that's the form of it that I recognize, because it's similar to the Serbo-Croatian for it. The wonderful thing about language families is if you can kind of read one of them, you can kind of read all of them. To an extent. So because I understand a little bit of Russian, I understand a little bit of Serbo-Croatian, I understand a little bit of Bulgarian, a little bit of Ukrainian, a little bit of Polish, and a little bit of Czech. Not much, but, you know, just a little bit. This is starting to really look like home to me. Because, climatically and geographically speaking, well, geologically speaking, the Ukrainian steppe and the Western Canadian prairies are almost identical. Dead flat. No hills to be seen anywhere, lots of rivers, lots of, like, sort of scrubby, well, muskeg, we would call it, but I don't know what you call it here. Same sort of thing, and beautiful, rich, black soil. If you drop something on the ground, it just grows. Like, the soil is that good. It's exactly like home. In fact, the name for the soil type that makes up most of Alberta is derived from the Russian term. Chernozem, I think it is. Or is it Chernozem or Chernozem? I can never tell because Russians never write the fucking diacritics over that letter. But it literally means black dirt. Or, like, black earth. Whoop. Nose down, please. I said nose down, please. That is not down. There we go. Just getting a little squirrely on me. Man, I cannot get over these clouds. Like, that's the storm. Remember the storm we took off under? In Minsk? That's it. That's what it looks like from a distance. Just a wall of clouds. Absolutely incredible. I know I'm getting to the point where it seems like I'm being paid by Microsoft to say this because I keep saying it so much, but I'm not. Like, that's just genuinely, for me, one of the core elements of a really good flight sim is getting the weather right. Like, more than a lot of the other stuff. Like, VFR scenery is nice, but the weather is the most important thing in a flight sim. Because even if you have the best flight models in the world, if the weather just isn't there, then, you know, you may as well go play fucking arcade games. Like, you know, you need proper air to simulate proper flying, no matter how good the aircraft's flight model is. And this is the only sim I've played. Now, granted, I haven't played X-Plane and I haven't played fucking $10,000 worth of add-ons for P3D, but this comes with the game. Like, this isn't an expensive weather add-on. This is default to the game, and this is why, more than any of those other sims, which have, you know, have been fantastic over the past few years, but more than any of those other sims, I think this has an incredible future ahead of it, because this is basic functionality for the game. If you buy this for $1 on Xbox Game Pass, this is what you get, except for this plane. But like, this scenery, this weather, these clouds, like, all of it, just mind-blowing. And literally, to get anything this level of, like, this kind of scenery and this kind of weather and this kind of aircraft in something like X-Plane or P3D, you're looking at least $200-300, at least. And that doesn't cover the whole world, that covers the specific area you want to fly in. Like, it's just, I cannot get over it. Getting kind of close, about halfway there. Pripyat is easy to spot from the air because the cooling pond for the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is really obvious. It's quite large. Shame it doesn't have detailed aircraft. Give it time. I think, like, a lot of the third-party developers, I could be wrong here, but from what I've seen and from, like, watching Rush pull apart flight models, from what I could gather watching him do that, a lot of the third parties are just, like, most of them still seem to be using the legacy flight model, which is, like, FSX level fidelity, because they haven't worked out the new system yet, and the ones that are working with the new system are still kind of figuring out its foibles. So, you know, a lot of values aren't assigned, or they haven't quite figured out why certain things are set the way they are. So you get little quirks and weirdnesses with the flight models, but it looks like the actual basic flight model functionality is really, 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 really impressive. Yuki, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. DC6, yeah, the DC6 is really impressive. And there were only really a few fairly, well, you know, in the grand scheme of things, fairly minor little questions about its flight model. It's mostly quite good. I'm good, thanks. You've joined at a very good time. We're actually just about, I think we might even be in Ukraine by now. We're going to overfly Pripyat, and then we're going to land in Kiev. So I've been flying a great big journey all across. We started in Georgia, in Batumi, and we've done a circle all around through this North Caucasus, around the Caspian Sea on the eastern side, up the Volga River, across the north of Russia, and now we're coming down through Belarus and into Ukraine. This is a Spitfire Mark 9. It's a LF Mark 9. And it's made by Flying Iron. I know there's at least one other Spitfire for the sim, which is Airplane Heaven, I think. It's a Mark 1. I don't have that one, I just have this one. And I've been using it for most of this trip because it's really pleasant to fly. And it's also a bit faster than the alternative. You know, if I wanted to get with the theme, I could fly the Yak-18, but that would take me forever. It's already taking long enough in the Spitfire. So we are getting fairly close, actually. It should be off the nose. So we should start seeing it soon. I'm going to climb up. A lot of the area a lot of the area in that direction is still quite affected by fallout. But, you know, most people in this region have either, they didn't leave or they've moved back in. Is it possible to go combat mode and do some aerobatics? You can definitely do aerobatics. There's no combat. Some third-party modules have like special effects to make it look like you have guns or bombs or whatever, but there's no combat in the sim. And I don't think they'll add any. They're trying to make it like all family friendly and everything. I'm debating if we do a bit of a detour and go check out Slavotic. Might be worth it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can. I've got heaps, super. I'm not hurting for fuel. I think I can actually see the cooling pond from here. It's pretty huge, it's hard to miss. So from Pripyat, Slavotic should be, I think, 50 kilometers kind of east-northeast. So it shouldn't be too difficult to find it. We'll do Pripyat and then we'll come back and then we'll head down to Kiev. And if we absolutely have to do a fuel stop, we got a couple airfields on the east bank that we can land on. But I think we should be okay. We're still on the belly tank even, like we haven't even used that up yet. So we'll still have full internal. This is live weather I'm flying with, by the way, so if anyone watching lives in this area, go outside and take a look up at the sky and tell me if this is what it looks like at the moment. It should be pretty close. Oh, that's right, it's fucking night, isn't it? I changed the time, so it's live weather, but I changed the time. My bad, I'm sorry. Look, just get a really big spotlight and point it up at the clouds, easy. There's a lot of little villages that were evacuated after the disaster through this area because the wind was blowing northeast, so it took a lot of the worst fallout up through southern Belarus and kind of right to the border of Russia. I think there's a couple of towns in Russia that are technically contaminated. Some of them have been bulldozed into nothing, some of them just got abandoned, and some of them have been reoccupied. So the reason the Soviet government decided to build a power plant here, a nuclear power plant, is pretty much what you can see in front of me right now. Water. Lots and lots and lots of water. It was a reasonably undeveloped area with great water access. It was reasonably close to Kiev. It's like 100 kilometers to Kiev, I think. About 100 kilometers. So it was in a good spot, and it's also, you know, right on the sort of border of what was at the time the Ukrainian and Belarusian Soviet Socialist republics. So the power infrastructure was simple. You run a line that way, you're good. And the Russian border's not too far behind us as well. So it was a really good place to put a nuclear power plant until it wasn't. And that's why it was built here. And if we check the VFR map, we're actually a little off course. We're north of it. That should be it down there, I think. So we'll just follow the river. Just using the VFR map because I don't want to be futzing about with actual charts and dead reckoning when I'm doing a sightseeing tour. I get lost very quickly if I did that. So we're pretending we got a GPS here. You can actually, if you click the gun sight power switch, since there's no gun sight models, you know, it's visibly there but it doesn't turn on. You can put a little gum in there, but I prefer to fly it with the original sight. In fact, if I could, I'd turn off these modern radios and transponders too. Oh, yep. I see a familiar skyline off the nose. Very familiar skyline. So the scenery I'm using for Pripyat is free scenery you can download from flightsim.to, because the default scenery is AI generated, and the AI tried, blessed it, but it had some trouble, shall we say. It had some severe trouble with Pripyat, and especially with the radar site. It thought that was a very long, skinny apartment building, which is funny to look at, but, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense. Where'd you originate today? From Minsk. So we took off from Minsk 1, which is no longer there in real life. It's been bulldozed. It's getting turned into, I guess, a new suburb or something. But it's a little airstrip pretty much smack bang in the middle of Minsk. And then we did a sort of waypoint stop at fucking rain not working. Bobrusk. Yes, that's where we stopped off for the first waypoint. And then we went to Gomel for the second one. And here we are. I've been building up to this for a while. Even back at the start of this journey, I said we'd be visiting here. And here we finally are. Found out outside my home village there's a new solar power plant everybody told me about. Yeah, it's great for little things like that. Like, I found so much cool stuff in it that I never knew was there. Or, you know, stuff that I didn't get to actually see because it was concealed by trees or whatever. It's really, really cool. And it's a bit of a time machine as well, depending where you go. Because a lot of the scenery is generated off photos that are 5 to 10 years old. So, for instance, two of the places I've lived, the town I was born in and the town I lived in about 10 years ago, the scenery there is about 10 years old, so it's a bit like a time machine. So there's the city. We'll go by the city first, so we'll go kind of north to south. And we're going to open the canopy because I'm going to be sticking my head outside a lot. It's going to be noisy though. I hope you guys can still hear me okay. So this is the northern edge of the city. can see just how close the power plant is to it there. That's the Jupiter factory. For anyone that's played Stalker, that's where Jupiter actually is. It's on the like southwestern side of the city. That's Yanov Station under us. Those are the garages. So where there's cities like this, obviously because there's not really any parking spaces, people have garages usually just outside the suburb, and so you've got that there. That's what those are. There's another set of garages on the far side of town. Oh, the forest has reclaimed it? Yeah, although I want to get over there and see it sometime. And by the time I do, it'll probably be completely overgrown. Like, if you go in summer now, you almost can't see anything from the street. So I'll have to... I'm thinking of going in winter or maybe autumn, if I ever get there. That's the sports stadium, the Avant-Garde sports stadium. You can see the Ferris wheel. Like, it's so cool. Jupiter again there. The swimming pool is somewhere around there where I'm looking. Come back and see if we can spot it. You can see the schools and kindergartens in amongst the houses there. So this main street that runs along the wing is Lenin Avenue. Ulica Lenina. And then the one that runs up at an angle to the waterfront here is Ulica Druzhby Narodov, which is Friendship of People, or like Friendship of Nations Avenue. And then this one is Ulica Kurchatova, which is named after Kurchatov, who was the father of the Soviet nuclear program. So again, the stadium's there, and then the amusement park is there, and that, the big blocky building next to the Ferris wheel, is the Palace of Culture. Energetic, which is like the main sort of function center for the entire town. It had like movie theaters, gyms and stuff. It's kind of the hub of community activity in a Soviet city. Next to it, that big building is a restaurant. That is the Hotel Policia, and that kind of curved wing. I don't know why it's at a weird stanky angle in the 3D for some reason, even though in the satellite it's at the correct angle. And then the building next to the Policia is, I think it was the Atomic Energy Commission. It's like the town hall, kind of. And then down there, see if I can get closer, is the Prometheus Theatre, which has some beautiful mosaics on the side of it. So I'm curious if they're visible in the sim. We'll have a look. So that's the Prometheus Theatre down there. See a lot of the facades worn away. That's Energetic that we're flying over, the restaurant, Policia. You can actually see the sign, Ukrainian, Hotel Policia. You can see the sign on Energetic as well. It's you guys might not be able to pick it up, but I can see it, I can read it. And then the big, I think it's a 9 or, no, it'd be a 16-story. The big 16-story apartment there with the Soviet coat of arms on it. So any Stalker players should find this familiar. There's the 4 apartment buildings along the waterfront. That building between them is the high school. The H-shaped building is the high school. The hospital over there with the kind of chipped facade. The swimming pool which was in use, and that's a swimming pool right there. Well, one of them. There were several in the town, but that's the Lazurny swimming pool, which was in use until 1998, by the way. So if you ever see photos of the swimming pool and think, wow, that looks like it's in good condition compared to the rest of the city, that's why the liquidators and scientific staff are still using it in the late 90s. So if you played Stalker Call of Pripyat, the area that you actually have access to in the map set in Pripyat is this kind of triangular corner between the edge of town and the waterfront. This is, you know, you've got your hospital there, and then a lot of public service buildings like laundries, different workplaces, restaurants. I think that's a butchery down there. The actual waterfront cafe is that building there. The custom scenery hasn't really done it justice, to be honest. I have to check and see if there's any updates for it. I wonder if there is. I think I see a slogan on top of that building. A lot of them did have, like, propaganda slogans and beautiful murals and things on them. If you ever find... there's actually a whole website which is full of photos of Pripyat before the disaster. But if you ever find photos of it beforehand, it was such a beautiful town. A lot of really, really beautiful artwork. The whole place was just covered in flowers. In fact, I think one of its nicknames was City of Flowers, because there were so many all along the streets, along in the public parks between the buildings. That's the so-called Bridge of Death, although it's a bit apocryphal. Did I see something written on that building? Yes, I did. But I can't read it because I'm moving too quickly. See if I can pull her around and get a good look. It looks like it's missing some letters. It was probably like Slava Party or Slava Trudu or something. Glory to the party, glory to Labour. You see a lot of slogans like that. Yep, Slava Trudu, glory to Labour. That's what it says. It's missing some letters, but that's what it says. That's a kindergarten over there. That kind of gear shift, like the fucking gearbox shaped building. I don't know how you describe it, but that's a kindergarten. Should be a bunch of stores around here. I think the Univermag, which is the like universal department store kind of thing, I think that's it there. That thing that looks kind of like the swimming pool but not is the bus terminal from memory. Like the main bus station. I need like a helicopter or something to do it to get down low enough, but the Prometheus Theatre has the most beautiful mosaics on the side. There we go. Right there. Right there. And there's an actual statue, like a bronze statue of Prometheus, which should be in amongst those trees, but obviously it's not there in the sim. And I posted some pictures of it in Discord the other day, but the cafe there on the waterfront has incredible stained glass windows. They're not just stained glass, but it's actually individual glass rods arranged into a mosaic. It's phenomenal. The amount of effort that went into making this into such a beautiful little model city. Only to have to abandon it, unfortunately. Right, we'll go hit up the power plant next, and then you might have picked up on it already, but we got a big pile of steel over there that I want to go have a look at as well. That is the Duga over the Horizon radar system. It's an early warning radar for ballistic missiles, so that if the Americans started yeeting aluminium gherkins at them, they would have known it was coming. It's a KBO building down there, I think, that little square one on the corner. Oh, actually, before we do check the power plant, there's one more thing I want to show you. That it's very iconic, shall we say. It'll be hard to do in the Spitfire because the Spitfire moves too quickly, but I've actually landed on the road next to it before in a slower plane. But if I can spot it, I'm gonna have to go back the other way. Yeah, getting the stress patterns right is really difficult. I always forget which one it's meant to fall on. Yep, you know what. I might actually do an active pause above it. We'll do that. We'll hit active pause, and then we'll go drone camera. External. And then we'll get the field of view a little less... Oh, no, not that external camera. Jeez. My drone. Showcase, there we go. And it's all stanky. There we go. We'll get a nice view of the Spitfire to start with. Get that out of the way so it gets rid of that menu. So there we go, there's our Spitfire and there's the power plant in the background. But if we come down here, it's the actual town sign as you come into the city. Oh, can I go back to the internal cockpit view, please? Unpause. You'll see there's still some auto-gen buildings, which are those out-of-place looking traditional sort of European houses. So not everything has been redone by hand. This was somebody that on flightsim.to that made this. So a modder, excuse me as I scratch my foot, a modder made this scenery for free, right? So if you want to explore the zone yourself, you can go to flightsim.to or flightsimulator.to, I forget which one it is. You'll find it quickly enough. It's like the biggest MSFS free add-on site, and you can download this, along with many other wonderful things. So this great big expanse of water in front of us is the actual cooling pond. So the river is that thing running parallel to it, but this is the cooling pond that we're flying over here. In from this end first. Now, this scenery represents it before the new safe containment was completely in place. Actually, yeah, no, before it was completely in place, but also after they started building it. Oh, I've got a scenery conflict going on here. The We Love VFR scenery is conflicting with the Pripyat scenery. So you can see one's got a custom funnel and the other one doesn't. But that's the chimney, the doubled up one that's clipping through the new safe containment. It's because I've got a conflict. I'll have to see if I can figure that out how to remove it from this area. Because I want to use that for the rest of Europe, I just don't want it overriding this. But that's the new safe containment. So that's one great big structure that slides over the top of the old sarcophagus, which you can see next to it there. The sarcophagus in itself is a pretty impressive feat of engineering, considering the conditions they had to build it under and how quickly it went up. But it's not the most secure thing in the world, hence the new safe containment being built. So one of the buildings kind of on my right, a lot of these are for laboratories, for fuel refinement, things like that. You know, you need a lot of infrastructure to support a nuclear power station this large, and this station was also meant to support the Soviet nuclear weapons program. Part of the reason the RBMK was designed the way it was, and the reactor houses are basically giant warehouses, giant prefab concrete warehouses instead of actual, really heavily protected safety containment vessels like a lot of reactors use, is because they needed to be able to refuel it on the go as the reactor was running, so that they could quickly breed the materials they needed to refine into weapons-grade plutonium. There are actually cooling towers over there, so units 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are the original 4 units, which are this long structure, they didn't have cooling towers because they actually vented their water directly into this cooling pond. So if we come around another orbit, really wish that those chimneys weren't doubled up. If we come around another orbit, this is the admin block down there. There should be a statue of Lenin in the front. This is the Chernobyl atomic energy plant named after V.I. Lenin, which is a bit of a mouthful in Russian. I'm not going to attempt it at this hour of morning, but that's what it's called. See a nice little motif on there. So that's... I'm going to pause it, because otherwise I'm just going to be doing circles forever. Let me get my field of view sorted. We'll go external. Right. So, this long structure is units 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unit 1 and 2 are kind of separated out. And then 3 and 4 are together. And the long building on the near side is the turbine hall, yes. So that long hall on the near side is the turbine hall. Then you've got Unit 1, Unit 2 in the center of the screen, and then Units 3 and 4 were coupled up together like this. So that is actually... If I go over here... That's actually Unit 3 that you can see. That's the roof of Unit 3, so this does actually have the NSC mostly in place. Unit 4 is completely under there. So the chimney is between Units 3 and 4. And Unit 3 actually continued operating for a long time. I think Unit 3 was one of the last ones to get decommissioned. This plant was producing electricity into the early 2000s. I think the last reactor was powered down 2003 from memory. One of the units had a minor accident, nothing serious, but they shut it down because of the the potential political implication of another accident at Chernobyl. That was in 92, I think. Then another reactor got shut down in the mid to late 90s, and then the last one, I'm pretty sure, was the Unit 2 or Unit 3, and that got shut down in 2003. There's still staff working in the plant. You can't just switch off a nuclear power plant and be done with it. It takes decades to decommission them. Well, honestly, it takes even longer, but even just to get the basic decommissioning work done, it takes decades. So there's still staff that work here. I mean, if you're a nuclear physicist, you can come to Chernobyl nuclear power plant and the staff will give you a guided tour of the plant. They won't let you near the elephant's foot, obviously, but they'll take you around the rest of the plant. Yeah, this is a big these are RBMKs. Each RBMK in itself is a massive reactor. That's one of the appeals of it is it's very big and very powerful and very cheap. And if you happen to have a nuclear weapons program, it's great for that too. The downside is it had some fairly serious design flaws, which led to this. But if they're properly cared for, they're actually quite decent reactors. They're pretty impressive designs. Not necessarily good, but impressive. And there's a lot of little things in it, like the refueling machine, for instance. So because of the way it's designed to be refueled without shutting down the reactor, during the refueling process, the entire reactor hall becomes one giant hot box. And the machine, it's a fully automated machine. Automated. It's like robotic, I mean. It's controlled by a guy behind a very thick piece of leaded glass in basically the sort of wall of the chamber. And you can steer it down and pick whichever rod you want out of the reactor and replace it on the go, and it it contains it in this sort of shielded mass and carries it over and drops it off in the spent fuel pool. You go grab the new rod that you want to put it. Like, it's fucking incredible. They're really impressive machines. Really, really impressive machines. So anyway, those are cooled by this, which you can see here. That's why there's no cooling towers on this part of the plant. They don't need them because they just go straight into this. And you can see the power substation here is fucking massive. Because this plant generated so much electricity, it needed a lot to get, you know, to actually get it out where it was going. And also the reason, this is the other thing. So part of the reason they built a nuclear power plant here is it's near a major city, Kiev. Well, it's got several other major cities near it. So Gomel, for instance, Mazir. There's a lot of fairly large cities around it. It's got an abundant supply of water. It's undeveloped land that was otherwise going to waste. Like, what the fuck are you going to do with this, like, swampy forest except build shit on it, right? You can't farm on it. So that was part of the reason they built it here. The other part of the reason they built it here is that big boy over there. That thing needed a lot of power. And it also needed to be somewhere, you know, kind of out of the way of prying eyes. And so that's what resulted in this whole thing. I think the radar array was built in the 60s from memory, and the actual town was established in 1970, and the reactor's construction began in, I think, 1970 or so. Let's go back to our cockpit view. And let's go off course. Oh, you can also hide the guns on this, by the way. So there's liveries for photographic reconnaissance Spitfires where you can hide the guns. It's quite handy. By the way, for Stalker players, the concrete plant that is kind of near Jupiter in Kula Pripyat is actually in the grounds of the power plant. I think it's basically where I'm looking. You know what it is? It's that building right there. That's the concrete plant, so we can go look at that. I think the autogen turned it into a weird looking house, but that's what it is in real life. It's the concrete plant. Yeah, the canopy is open, so I can stick my head out. I mean, you can stick your head through the perspex anyway, but just for the sake of not breaking immersions, I've got the canopy open. Some sort of prefab building, and then that's the concrete plant, but the autogen... No, that's not autogen. They custom made that scenery. Nice. So yeah, Call of Pripyat players will recognize that. That's really cool. It's so neat to be able to fly around this and spot buildings I recognize. I've never been here in real life. Like, I have never ever been here in real life, but I recognize these things. It's so cool. Hopefully one day I will get to go here. I'd really love to. Hopefully the Ukrainian government will let me in after all the things I've said about them. I mean, I've said just as bad things about the Russian government, so maybe it cancels out. This is units 5 and 6, so these do have cooling towers. These are 2 new reactors that were being built at the time of the disaster. That's why they're incomplete and there's cranes everywhere. So units 5 and 6 were actually meant to be commissioned. I think unit 5 was just about to go online when the disaster happened. And unit 6 was never completed. Okay, that is fuel. Hello? Okay, that was the belly tank running out. I was worried for a moment there she wouldn't catch. Yeah, the Ferris wheel's there. We overflew it. It's we'll do another lap of the town here in a minute, but yeah. It's behind the Palace of Culture. So yeah, that's units 5 and 6 there. The terrain is a little deformed around here. It's built a hill where there shouldn't be one. That's actually water under there. So that whole area is flooded. And then you can see a couple of incomplete cooling towers. Balanced as all things should be. So let's go check out, let's go back over the town, then we'll check out the radar. There were also a lot of little towns around here. Kopachi should be somewhere off my nose, but it's been buried, so I'm not going to be able to see it. A lot of the smaller villages were actually just bulldozed and buried to try and stop people from coming back to them, especially the more contaminated ones. There's actually a kindergarten somewhere in the zone. I forget if it's in Pripyat proper or if it's somewhere else, but it's a kindergarten that was converted to be used as a soil sample laboratory. If you follow Byrna23 on YouTube, she has a fantastic channel full of videos of the zone, including inside the power plant, different laboratories she found her way into. Like, there's some really cool stuff that she's got up there, and the radar itself. But yeah, it was an old kindergarten. They used it for soil samples. So it's just bags upon bags upon bags of soil, all dated through the late 80s, the early 90s. And they were testing the soil to see how contaminated it still was many years later, and what the contaminants actually were, which, by the sort of mid to late 90s was mostly cesium-137, which is kind of the cesium-137 is the lingering bad smell of any sort of nuclear accident. There's your Ferris wheel, and the bumper cars are just in there. That's what that is, that's the bumper cars. How's that for a view? You can see more of those garages I was talking about there. And of course the Jupiter factory, which was an electronics factory. Jupiter made consumer electronics like radios, television sets, whatever, but it also made robotics for the military, and I think components of sensor systems. So Jupiter became a sort of a workshop for robotics after the accident, where they would put together different robots to try and survey the areas they couldn't get into with people. Of course, there were areas that you could only get into with people because the robots couldn't deal with the radiation. And like I said, Yanov Station is down there, for those that recognize it from Stalker. The water tower should be down there, but it's turned it into something else. Yeah, bio-robots could deal. The actual robots couldn't, but the bio-robots could. So the actual town which gives its name to the power station, Chernobyl, is down there. It literally translates to basically wormwood. So there's a lot of conspiracy theories and fucking weird biblical fetishism over the accident because of that specifically. But yeah, that's down that way, so it's quite a bit further south of the power plant. Pripyat is right next to it, on the other hand, because it was obviously built for the workers, so it's right next to it. All through this area, there's a lot of equipment graveyards where they've just abandoned or buried different things. I did find one when I flew through here last, but I can't find it today. We might see it at some point. Where radar? My eyes have stopped working. Should be behind me, I think. That's it over there. It's hard to see from this angle because the trees kind of block it, or like the... Oh no, there it is. Disregard me. See, the trees do kind of hide it. It's hard to see against them. So that's the Red Forest, by the way. Like, all of this is the Red Forest, and it's called that because, well, I think it was originally called that too, I'm not sure, but I know it's called that now because the trees died from the radiation and turned red. It was the most heavily irradiated, one of the most heavily irradiated areas of the zone. So they are... I'm gonna have to deconflict these mods. So the red towers aren't supposed to be there, they're from the We Love VFR mod. But the actual original ones are visible behind them. Sorry about this, guys, I didn't realize I was gonna have a scenery conflict for this stream, but it is what it is. Scenery conflicts and flight simulators go together hand in hand. You can see there's a pretty substantial military base to support this. This is a significant radar. The Soviet Union only built a couple of these. So the red and white towers are just there to approximate it with the We Love VFR scenery, but the actual proper towers are those grey, sort of rusty-looking ones. And what it is it's like a massive chain of cables, and it's got these funny-looking reflectors hanging off of them, like out on bars. Like I said, BioNerd's got a video of it on the channel. I think she actually climbed it from memory. It's really impressive. It's very tall as well. It's like 200 meters tall or something, I think. What I'll do is, once I get this scenery conflict sorted out, I'll get some screenshots of it and post them in the Discord, probably. But, I mean, you guys can find photos of it on the internet, too, obviously. Absolutely insane machine. Yeah, wildlife's doing really well here. Really, really well. Because there's very few humans here, you know, there's stalkers, people who took their name from the video games, but they're there to scavenge, you know, copper cables or souvenirs, or just there because they think it's a cool place. Like, there are people who are there just because they want to be left alone by society and they like it. On the other hand, if you get caught in there and you're not supposed to be there, if you're not a Ukrainian citizen, it's immediate expulsion from the country. And if you are a Ukrainian citizen, I think it's a really hefty fine. Really hefty fine. So the dockyards from Stalker, you know, the dock cranes in the Skadovsk area, they are just around here. They're actually on the opposite side, I think. I think there's one group of them there, and there should be another group on my right wing towards the actual town of Chernobyl. And the ship that is the Skadovsk in real life, the one that the ship in Stalker is based off of, is sunk just along the coast down here. I don't know if we'll be able to see it in the sim, but I've seen photos of it. There's also like a sort of a river barge, like a sightseeing barge, which is sunk. I think Shai did a video where he got into it when he went to the zone. There's also a fish factory off your right wing next to that road through the lake. Yeah, because why not? Why not? lot of... Oh, yep. I see, no, those are the power cables, that's what those are. That's where the high tension lines run across the water. So... Dogs should be somewhere around here. I can't remember if it was in the... It wouldn't be in the cooling pond, I don't think. I think it was actually on the river, so it might be a little further this way. But it probably won't turn up in the scenery, because it's mostly sunk anyway. The Izumrud sort of holiday camp from Stalker is also a real thing. It's somewhere around here. It should be in this general area. It's near the cooling pond, but I don't remember exactly where. So, all of the locations in Stalker, except obviously the secret underground labs, are taken from real places in the zone. They've just rearranged them to better fit the gameplay. This might be it here, actually. This might be the resort here. It's in this area, I know that much. Yeah, there's buildings in the trees, that's probably it. Looks about right. And like I said, the little villages like Kopachi were in this area as well. There are a lot of them strung up and down the river, and most of them were bulldozed and buried. For instance, that to me says probably bulldozed and buried village. It looks very much like it. You'll probably have an easier time getting there than I will. It's going to be a very expensive trip for me, I think. Very expensive. So, remember how I said that there's still a lot of staff that work around here, scientists, atomic energy personnel, obviously security and various organs of the Ukrainian government. They all have to live or stay somewhere. Pripyat is too decayed. Even though most of the city is safe to be in, it's kind of still technically not safe to live in, and it's crumbling from age and neglect. So they actually use the... It's not really a city, it's a town of Chernobyl, which is just along the river here. Right on the nose. And because of its purpose since the disaster to be kind of a monitoring station and a scientific hub, there's a lot of really nice murals and stuff around the town that depict that. Hey Paula, I did not hear about that actually. That sounds very spicy. There's a barge down there. I'm not sure if Izumrud was up there or if it's down here. I know it's on the coast somewhere. It's hidden in amongst the trees. But yeah, that is the actual town of Chernobyl. As you can see, it's a bit more sprawled out than Pripyat. It's much lower density. It's a much smaller town. There's a lot less people in it. And I think it's... I'm not sure when it was built, but I know it's older. I'm pretty sure it's older. A lot of the apartment styles are the older type with the gabled roof instead of the flat roof. Oh, the name? Chernobyl. It means wormwood. And there's like some, I don't know, I'm fucking not religious, some biblical passage about wormwood and the end of the world or something. and acid raining from the sky, and so the unmedicated schizophrenics read too much into that and think that it was a literal description of the Chernobyl disaster. It's interesting, but absolutely kooky. Alright, I think that'll do us. I did say we'd check out Slavutich, didn't I? But I kinda... I don't know if I can find it just by dead reckoning my way there. I don't even know where exactly it is. I know it's somewhere to the east, but I don't know where exactly. If I see it from the air, I'll recognize it. I just don't know exactly where it is. It's like over here somewhere, I think. Actually, if I could see the fucking state borders, I'd be able to find it real well, because it's actually... You have to cross the border into Belarus and then back into Ukraine to get to it on the train. Don't close the lid so I'm not blasting everyone's eardrums. There we go. This, by the way, that's cleared like that for a reason. That's where the power lines from the power station run. So remember we can see that one, but we saw another one that ran off the other direction. That's the power lines coming from the station, or, you know, bypassing the station in this case. People make tea out of it. Yeah, people also make something else out of it, absinthe, but, you know, I guess you could do tea if you're that way inclined. Yeah, let's try for it. I got heaps of fuel, and there's airfields over there, so we're good. And then down there, in that general direction, is Kiev. It's quite a ways down, though. See the wetlands here. It's just anything you build here, eventually nature will reclaim it. Just turn back into trees. Okay. So let me unfuck my nav here for a moment. It's going to be a little spicy because I'm going to be tabbing across windows while I'm flying an aircraft with no autopilot in kind of turbulent air. Oh, it's literally fucking across the fucking other arm of the river. Okay, that'll be easy to find. I knew it was close by, I didn't realize it was that fucking close by. So, Slavutich was built, I don't know if it was already a town beforehand, but I know that it became a city afterwards, because it was the town that was built to evacuate all the residents of Pripyat to. Once it became obvious they would not be going home, so this is a couple of years later, the Soviets threw together a city as quickly as they possibly could, near enough that people could still commute to work by train, but far enough away that, you know, that it wasn't as big of a health concern. Because, remember, a lot of the workers were still working at the plant, even after the disaster. Like, they didn't just all up and leave. Obviously, the ones who got the worst exposures weren't working there anymore, but a lot of the others were. A lot of the technical staff were still working there. And so they needed a town they could move the residents to, not just the workers, but their families as well. That should be it there, right over there, I think. Yeah, the workers, their families, everything. So they built a new city. It's quite different. I mean, there's echoes of Pripyat's in its design, but it's quite different. It's, you know, it's its own city. You'll see the difference when I get there. But this kind of scenery definitely reminds me of home. Like little towns that kind of hug a main road and then just flat trees and prairie and not much else. Alberta looks very similar. Less trees the further south you go. More trees the further north you go, but Edmonton's kind of in between both, so you get trees and you get prairie. You go down around Calgary way, there's not that many trees at all. The like drive between Edmonton and Calgary is probably one of the most boring drives on earth because it's just fucking dead flat fields. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, it's pretty, but it's fucking boring. Yeah, that'll be it over there. And there's the railway line. Oh, if I don't stick my head through the canopy. There's the railway line that heads to the city. And you see what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's where they were mining sand to build the city with, to get the concrete, or if they were, you know, trying to build dockyards or something, but you see that a lot. Like, Pripyat had the same thing. I think that's where they're getting the sand from to go into the concrete for the city, though. Which, again, like I said, Ukrainian river sand is fucking not ideal as a building material. It works, but it doesn't hold together very well. Sea floor sand is what you want, but river sand will do in a pinch. It just won't last. Uh-oh. Planned power outage. Hopefully not today. Hopefully not today. Yep, that's Slavotich. And there was a fucking great big fat cloud over it when they did the satellite imagery, so it looks like shit. God damn it. Well, that's anticlimactic, isn't it? So, these generic textures you see that make it look so awful and bland is because on the day they took the satellite imagery for the high-res, there was a cloud. There was a cloud exactly over that side of the city. This side's okay, but that side was clouded over. So the sim just uses generic textures to fill in where it doesn't actually have good high-res satellite imagery, and the difference in quality is very noticeable. But you can see what I mean about the different layout. It's, I think even some of the streets are named the same as the ones in Pripyat, but it's laid out quite differently. And it has bendy roads instead of triangular roads. Anyway, that'll do us for this. Let's head to Kiev. Because I need to actually go out soon as well, so I'm going to have to land sooner rather than later. I may just land... You know what, no, we'll do a little bit of an adventure around. I might have to shoot a message off to somebody though before I do. It's not even 9 AM yet. I should be fine. It'll be fine. Zoomed in a little. Oh, there we go. That feels a little bit less claustrophobic. How are we going on fuel? Tons. Bottom tank is still full. So 2650 and +2 lasts us for a good long time. I don't remember exactly what the Econo Cruise setting was for the Spitfire, but it's somewhere around there. I know it's close to that. I can't get over these clouds, man. They're just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. The sim just looks so good. They fixed the LOD issues. So they added a slider. Well, they didn't add a slider. They increased the distance on the terrain detail and object detail slider from 200 to 400. So it's better. If that's still not enough for your liking and your PC can handle it, you can actually go into the config files and manually edit it to be basically whatever you want. I did use 600 for a while, but it caused me some issues streaming, so I dropped back to 400. The LODs could probably still use a little more tweaking, but they are better than they were. Quite a bit better than they were. The main issue I've been having recently is just my bandwidth getting choked. Not because my internet's slow, but rather because for whatever reason the link between me and the servers is having trouble. So I'll be midway through a flight and all the scenery will just go to like shitty generic textures, but other than that it's been pretty good. Come fly a bomber and make the PVO gang sweat. I've got to land off this flight first, but unfortunately no, I've got to go out in a couple hours. But I might try and get in on a bomber flight next week maybe. So if they're usually around this time of day, that's actually quite convenient for me, because it's like just about 9 AM here. We're going the complete wrong direction, because my gyro has tumbled, and I should have been looking at my compass instead. That is interesting. Okay, well, lesson learned. Don't trust the directional gyro to be pointing the right fucking way. We'll get established on our course here. We'll just go straight south at this point. Interesting. I don't know. Oh, you know what? Probably when I did that fucking loop. I probably tumbled it when I did that loop. That or it just wasn't calibrated correctly to begin with, which is possible. So this should take us back over Pripyat. And then we'll follow the river from there. Let's look at our compass. I need to actually make sure I don't fly into the ground here while I'm fiddling with my my compass here. Two 219. Except now we're slightly further over. Now we're 220. There we go. I don't even know if that actually locks it, but whatever. It might have just not been calibrated properly to start with, but also these older World War II gyros are quite sensitive. It doesn't take a lot to tumble them. There's the familiar silhouette, that's the new safe containment. So before that went up, it still had a familiar silhouette, it was just lower to the ground, so you had the sarcophagus and the original chimney. The guy that made this livery did such a good job. Like, the difference in reflectivity on the roundels versus the wing, it's just, oh. The difference on the stencils too, like the stencils are a bit more glossy than the camo paint. The camo paint actually, like the edges are matte and the inner part's glossy. It looks like it's actually been, you know, sprayed on. Oh man, it's so good. We can even see the radar from here, actually. Like, that should really give you a sense of scale on that radar. The fact I can see it from here almost more clearly than I can see the fucking new safe containment. And you saw how big that was. It was huge. Kind of disappointed about that scenery conflict, but it's not too big a deal. I mean, it's close enough that it's like a constructive conflict almost. Like, you can still see the original, but the extra scenery isn't like over the top of something else. It's in the same place. If that makes any sense at all. Hey Giovanni Richards, welcome to the stream. Let's do a low fly past the city and then we'll just follow the river south. Do you know anything about the Windwing HOTAS? Steve, if he's still in chat, will be able to tell you about it, because he has one. Other than that, I've heard good things about it, but I've never used one myself. One thing I do know, though, is it's quite large, so, you know, if you plan on getting it, you need an actual proper setup for it. Like, I just have my Warthog HOTAS sitting on top of my desk. Couldn't do that with a Windwing, it's too big. Way too big. A great big dirty thumbprint on my screen trying to get the dust off. Okay, where's the main Crossways Avenue? I want to fly down Kurchatov. If I can find it without sticking my head out the cockpit. That's Druzhby Narodov. Here it is. Actually, yeah, no, that should be the cafe in front of me. Oh, this wind. This wind, though. I'm gonna have to go around again. The fucking wind off the buildings is throwing the plane around. Like, this sim actually models turbulence from buildings, which makes this kind of risky in these winds, but we'll try it. So we'll go around and we'll try and dip between the buildings and hopefully not get blown into one. We're getting the one without the mount but no extension. I think it'd be good. Like I said, I've heard good things about them, so it seems like a pretty solid choice. Yeah, they're legit. They're absolutely legit. Okay, let's follow the river now. Getting a bit windy here. Probably because that storm's rolling in. We did outrun it on the way down from Belarus, but it's catching up. It's actually closing in on us from fucking 3 sides here, so this could be an interesting landing in Kiev if we take much longer to get there. Steve seems pretty happy with his, so I don't know, like, it doesn't seem like it's any worse than the other big names in the industry, put it that way. You know, for instance, Thrustmaster. Everyone seems to think Thrustmaster are legit, and it can't be any more fucking fragile than their stuff. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. Verpal and VKB. So I don't know as much about VKB. I've heard conflicting opinions about them. Verpal I will sing the praises of all day. I have a single Verpal product, which was sent to me by one of my longtime viewers. Looks like a concrete plant or something down there. But it's really, really good. If I had my time again, I would have bought probably Verpal HOTAS instead of Thrustmaster. Because, like, the Thrustmaster Warthog HOTAS is pretty decent if you fly the A10. Or if you fly, like, fly-by-wire NATO planes where you're not throwing the controls around. If you fly anything Eastern Bloc, which I do, or if you fly anything, you know, old-fashioned with no fly-by-wire where you are reefing on the controls, which I do, it's not going to last. Thrustmaster's build quality is, I'm going to be real with you guys, pretty horrendous. For the prices they charge. Like, if the Warthog cost, like, half as much as it actually does, then maybe I wouldn't complain. But, you know, I bought the Warthog specifically because my old X52 broke. I didn't want to have to deal with fixing it. So I thought, you know what, people say the Warthog is indestructible, it looks solid, it's made of metal, it seems really good. Bought the Warthog, and after a couple of years of heavy use, the stick is really loose. I have to take it apart completely to retighten an internal screw, which comes loose again after like a week. My left throttle doesn't work, my right throttle does, at least. Like, it's just really... the build quality is not there, and trying to take it apart to fix things is a nightmare because of the way Thrustmaster build it. They don't believe in cable ties, they like using hot glue, including to hold plugs together. So, you know, for just, like, for a normal sort of simmer's use, it's probably good enough, but for somebody that flies a lot of really aggressive air combat, it's not going to stand up to it. So, you know, in hindsight, and if it had been available at the time, I don't think it was even on the market then, I would have bought the Verpal HOTAS instead. It would have been a much better fit for me, I think. I do actually like the Warthog throttle, except for the fact mine's broken. But some of the new Verpal throttles look just as good, if not better, so... I think if/when I do finally replace the Warthog, it will be with a Verpal HOTAS. Honestly, it's... look, some people have said they've had Thrustmaster Warthogs that have lasted them for 20 years with no issues, or, you know, 10, 20 years, no issues. Some people have had Verpal stuff that they said came from the factory broken. It's hit and miss. You're gonna have to just go with your gut, to be honest. But I would say the Windwing stuff is pretty decent. It looks pretty good. It looks no more flimsy than any of the other sort of big name stuff. It's reasonably priced, and it seems pretty functional. So I wish Steve was still here, because he could actually elaborate. But it seems okay. So if you want the Windwing stuff, go with the Windwing stuff. If you're kind of still not sure about it, I'd check out Verpal. Did they really increase the FPS last patch? I have not noticed a difference, to be honest. I haven't noticed a difference. Sorry I missed that, by the way, Kruoy. I've been a bit busy sightseeing. I haven't kept up with chat very well. It's good to see you. Very tempted to buy the Mongoose throttle to go with my FF stick. Yeah, I've been seriously considering the throttle. Like, I'm not sure I'm ever going to get around to fixing my Warthog throttle, and I'm kind of scared that I'll break it worse. Like, I've had it apart to try and figure out what the problem was, and I'm just so worried I'll break it worse. So, I can't justify the expense at the moment, but I'm really getting close to just saying fuck it and buying one of the Virpil throttles. Especially now they have detents built into them. You know, that was one of the big things with the Warthog, is it has the afterburner detents. But now the Virpil throttles do too. If you were to say Virpil VKB or Windwing... Okay, so it depends what jet you fly. If you fly the F-18 a lot, go with Windwing. If you fly a lot of Russian or Eastern Bloc stuff, go with Virpil. VKB, I don't know. VKB are kind of filling the same niche as Virpil, I think, in the market, in that they do mostly Eastern-oriented stuff, but I don't know how that quality control is, and I don't know how the functionality is. I know quite a few people who have the Gladiator sticks, and they seem quite happy with them, but I also know a few people that have had serious issues with them. So, again, it depends on, you know, how lucky you are, I guess. Yeah, VKB is Virpil at home. That kind of tallies with what I've heard, yeah. Just get Logitech 3D. Those things are... You still see them popping up everywhere. Like, I had one of those when I was in my teens. I think that was the stick I had before I got my force feedback. I think, or is the... Actually, is the Pro 3D the force feedback one? I can't remember. I had one of them, I know that. I had one of them before my X52. So I had... My original stick, the first stick I ever had, was an ancient Logitech stick that my uncle gave me when I was 10. He gave me that and a copy of Combat Flight Simulator 2 Europe, and that was the beginning of my flight sim addiction. My parents probably still hate him for it, because it caused them endless problems with trying to get me to actually do homework when I was playing flight sims instead. So that's what I started with, and then I think I went through one or two sticks until I got the force feedback stick. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a... Shit, it was a Logitech, I'm pretty sure. I just can't remember the model. And then eventually the motors burnt out, and, you know, not realizing how valuable force feedback sticks would become, I just bought a new stick instead of trying to get it repaired. So, then I got the X52 Pro, and it was a decent stick at first, but I started having a lot of problems with it. Like, really a lot of problems. Like, the centering springs were too heavy, you know, it didn't feel right to do fine formation stuff. Actually, to be fair, I'm getting the same issues with the Warthog, just because of the way the centering springs are set up. Just not to the same degree, obviously. And then it failed electronically in a very bizarre manner, which was just like, it's like, this is not going to be repairable, so I gave up on it and got the Warthog. Oh, is the Windwing connection proprietary? I didn't realize that then. Okay, yeah, in that case, go Virpil. It gives you more options later on if you want to swap grips. I assume that Windwing used the same as everyone else. What is it, the R3 FSSB, I think? This is the force sensing one. Yeah, that's a completely separate one. That's its own separate thing. Although I think it has the same sort of connector as the Virpil and Thrustmaster stuff does, from memory. I hope so anyway. If it's fucking proprietary at that price, then Jesus Christ. Oh, here's a scenery issue. So sometimes you find differences in the height for an individual part of satellite imagery, and when it happens over water, it's really obvious. So that square of water there is like maybe a meter lower than the water around it, and it's really obvious from the air. So again, because I'm flying over areas where aside from the scenery I've installed myself, like Pripyat and the power station, none of this has been altered by humans, so where the AI fucked up, it's still here to see. So you get to see both the best and worst of this sim scenery along this journey. You know, like, look at the fucking weather. It's just gorgeous, but then you see, you know, weird levitating water like that. And there's another one, see? The water itself, except for that, looks really good. Like, you can see the difference in coloration that you get from different sized waves from the wind. Like, it looks really good, except for the floating bits. That is. I'm gonna go have a look at that, because I saw it on Google Maps and I was curious. It might be like a big greenhouse farm or something. Zoom out a little, because I'm feeling a bit claustrophobic there. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good to know. In that case, yeah, it might be worth going for purple. But again, it really does heavily depend on what kind of aircraft you prefer to fly. If you prefer to fly Western aircraft, then Verpal may not be your best choice, because they focus mainly on sort of Russian-styled HOTAS setups. But if you either don't care or you fly a lot of Eastern Bloc stuff, then it will fit perfectly for you. So for instance, because I fly mostly Eastern Bloc aircraft in DCS, and I have an A10 stick and throttle, it's really annoying trying to bind stuff, because a lot of the buttons I have don't correspond with where they should be in the aircraft. You know, the entire design philosophy in terms of controls is completely different. Yeah, these are greenhouses, I think. They look like greenhouses. Well, I mean, not in the sim, but the actual layout of them. How's our fuel going? Still full bottom tank. You gotta be kidding me, dude. We've been in the air for so long. Jesus Christ. I cannot actually believe the endurance we're getting out of this thing. And I mean, I haven't checked the fuel burn rate in the sim. I'm deeply suspicious of the Corsair's fuel burn rate. I think it's way too low. I mean, the fact I was able to escort Russia's DC-6 from Perth to fucking Forest without even draining my external tanks, let alone tapping onto the internal, that was mega sus. Like, that, something is wrong there. Even though I was trying to baby the engine, I was kind of running... I wasn't even running the proper cruise settings, but I was running kind of close to one of them. It shouldn't have got me that far, I don't think. I know the Spit will stay in the air for a long time at the right settings, because, you know, I've done it in both DCS and IL-2, where I've kind of loitered over an area with engine throttled back and been there for quite a long time. I'm just... feels like I've been in the air forever since I last landed. Yeah, generally with D10s you need to tune the axis to match them. And that's, I mean, the Windwing stuff's been out long enough that there's probably community resources for that. There certainly is for the Warthog. That's how I set up all my throttle D10s, was someone posted them all on the ED forums. But yeah. Look, honestly, if you're not changing grips, then it shouldn't matter if the pins aren't the most durable type. You know, that's only going to matter if you're changing grips a lot. If you just buy the thing and don't mess with it, you may as well go with the Windwing setup. If it's a jet that you fly a lot and it has the same control setup, especially if you're going to be in VR, then you may as well go with it. To be fair, like, I wouldn't overthink it too much. If the control setup matches the plane you mostly fly, especially if you do it in VR, because then you don't want to be having to, you know, lift the headset to look at things. And especially if you don't plan on modifying it or swapping grips out, which is what tends to shorten its lifespan, just go for it. Well, I mean, at that point, the difference is kind of academic, that's what I mean. Like, if you're not going to be swapping grips, then the type of connector doesn't matter. And quality control, I don't know, but from the sounds of things, it's not really any different to anybody else. Kind of the issue you're always going to have with sim peripherals, no matter who makes them, is you might get a lemon. Even the big names do it, so... If it matches the aircraft you fly, just don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Just, you know, grab that and you should be fine. So we are just about at Kiev. We're kind of on the outskirts now. That feature is a good feature. I actually wish it was more common on HOTAS setups, as having the brushes or some sort of, like, one of the rubber seals, because the amount of crap that has fallen down my fucking Warthog throttle every time I open it up and take the base off to see if I can figure out how to fix the fucking thing, like, enough fucking crap to reclaim another island in Hong Kong falls out the bottom of it. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. And the Verpal control box has the same issue. It has an open slot on the landing gear lever. So it's fine now, but as I use it, I'm going to have to open it up every now and then to get the crap out of it, because it'll fall in. Yeah, that's the other thing, to be honest, is I don't know how their customer support is. I can tell you Thrustmasters are about as useless as fucking tits on a fish, but I don't know about Verpals, and I don't know about Windwings. I've heard VKBs can be a pain in the ass, but that's more the thing is, it depends if you're talking to the manufacturer or the distributor. Because if you're talking to a distributor, it's a whole other kettle of fish. So for instance, when Low Blow was having issues with his VKB stick, he was having to deal with the local distributor, and he was having just non-stop headaches with them. Yeah, if they got good customer support, I'd jump on it then. Like, more so than the actual durability of the product, if they have good customer support, that's worth more than something that's going to last forever in a way. You know, because if you buy something that's supposed to last forever and it doesn't, like, say, a Warthog, and the customer support's not good, then you're kind of up shit creek. But, you know, if you buy something and it breaks and they got good customer support, it shouldn't be a big issue. So, welcome to Kiev. It's a pretty large city. Pretty large. But you can also see how close it is to Pripyat. So, in the days after the disaster, because the Soviet government wanted to avoid a mass panic as well as loss of face for the Communist Party, you know, it would not look good for them if they admitted they just fucked up really badly. They kind of didn't tell anyone about just how bad the radiation issue was. They didn't cancel the May Day celebrations or anything, so people were outside all day celebrating on the worst single day for radioactive fallout in Kiev. Like I said, most of it went northeast, but quite a bit of it came south as well in the following days. It follows the wind, right? It moves on the wind. So when the winds changed and started blowing towards Kiev, everyone was outside for May Day, and the Soviet authorities didn't tell them how severe it was. Can you fly really low? Oh yeah, you can fly like really, really low. I want to be a little bit careful here because I've been flying for hours and I don't want to screw it up now. But I've flown under bridges in this. Like I've taken the P-38 under bridges. You got to be careful which bridges you pick though, because some, even though you can see under them, there's like an invisible hitbox. So you gotta pick your bridges carefully, very carefully. It's a big chimney. I mean, let's see. Where have we got a nice alley between these buildings? We'll watch out for power lines and trees. There's a power line in front of me. So, my mum has had thyroid troubles for quite a long time. My sister potentially has thyroid problems, and my aunt died of thyroid cancer. And mum was in the Soviet Union, specifically around Leningrad, or as it is now called, St. Petersburg. And it was in the late 70s, and I don't know if it coincided with one of the times where the Leningrad Atomic Energy Plant, which was another RBMK plant, had a leakage, or if it was just coincidence, but I know she has her suspicions. She definitely has her suspicions. Yeah. As the prop wash blasts all the washing off the clothesline. So this is all auto-generated scenery, so probably a lot of more unique bits of architecture you would see in Kiev in real life. You're not gonna, and then you've got random like Western European houses down there. A lot of the more unique architecture you're not going to see here because the auto-gen can't interpret unique architecture very well. But I mean, it can get close enough that if you've never been to the city before, it looks about right. Or from a distance, it looks about right. Which is the main goal of the AI in this sim, is to make it close enough that you can VFR navigate. It's not necessarily meant to be perfect, although that's nice where they can achieve it. It's just meant to be close enough that you know where you are. And this is definitely close enough. So to give you an idea of just what it does to unique architecture and monuments, we've come across various Soviet war memorials, like really famous, well-known Soviet war memorials, like the one in Treptow Park, and the one along the Mamayev Kurgan in Volgograd, Stalingrad. It turned one of them into a water tower and the other one into a round office block. Oh, sorry, no. One into a windmill and one into a water tower. That's right. The round office block was one of the cooling towers at a power station we found. So it has its moments, put it that way. But it is quite cool. Quite cool. There should be, I don't know where in Kiev it is. I don't know where in the city it is, but I know that there's a hill somewhere, and it's got like a water reservoir on top of it, and it's got this really cool like tunnel system that runs under a whole chunk of the city. When Shai went to Kiev, he went through all the tunnels and everything, and into the the actual stormwater system. A little airfield over there, it looks like. We still got plenty of fuel, so we're good. We can keep circling around for a while yet. If the sim doesn't freeze. Huge big city. And you'll notice it's, you know, this is a pretty good sized city, but it's also a very densely built city. Soviet cities tended to be. So you'll have your original city somewhere like where the original old town was, and then they would build around that, and so you end up with a really densely packed urban area like this. Like, this sprawls as much as most sort of mid to large size Australian cities, but this doesn't have suburbs like mid to large size Australian cities do. So, you know, most of this sprawl here would be like single-family homes, single-family, single-story detached homes. Not here. These are apartments. Like, all of this is just apartments everywhere. So you can imagine the population of a city of this size is tremendous. Oh, I bet that's where that reservoir is there, by the TV tower. I bet you anything. Because I know it was near the old town centre, which is there. That's the old town centre there along the banks of the river. So that's exactly where it would have been. Got a bridge under construction here. It is a lot of money, that is fair. It's quite a lot of money. Low on fuel? Nope. The bottom tank is only just starting to drain. I still have like 30-something gallons of fuel left in the bottom tank. Just think about it this way, and it's probably bad form for me to say this as a streamer who, you know, makes money off of subs, but think of it like a subscription service. Subscription services are probably one of the greatest scams capitalism has ever pulled off, because you pay thousands of dollars into something without ever realizing you're doing it. Like, say someone will hit you with, oh, it's only a, you know, $5 a month for a subscription, $10 a month for a subscription. Over time, that adds up really quickly, and particularly some of the more expensive subscriptions, or if you have multiple subscriptions to stuff. Like, there are people that will go and subscribe to this or that, you know, newsletter, or this or that online, you know, MMO or whatever, and they'll realize, after subscribing to like 3 or 4 things, they're paying $1,000 a fucking year in subs to various things. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, friend of the family who's not real great with money to begin with is subscribed to so many fucking like different subscription services. He had no idea how much money he was losing every year to it, but it's just like when he actually stood back and looked at it, it was like, holy fuck. Alright. Oh, I was gonna say I need an airfield, but there's an airfield right there. So I'm good on fuel, but I'm not real good on time. I gotta go out pretty soon, so I'm gonna finish our little sightseeing tour for the day here. We will pick up next time from Kiev, and we'll be probably kind of zigzagging back and forth across Ukraine, because there's a bunch of stuff in every direction that I want to check out. There's a lot of interesting places to see in Ukraine. It's pretty beat up. I can't really show it on camera without, like, moving my camera, which will fuck my whole setup up. But it is pretty beat up, I'll tell you that much. And it's kind of dirty, because I haven't cleaned it for a while, so it's got, like, hand gunk all over it. I'm the only person that uses it, so who cares? It's a deterrent. No one else will use my HOTAS if it's got fucking white bits of fucking skin all over it. That's the other thing. The Warthog has, like, screw holes exactly where your fingers rest, and you've got to, like, actually get in there and fucking clean that shit out with a Q-tip. It's fucking disgusting. I don't know about the other stuff, but it's annoying with the Warthog. Barrel roll, right. Once I trim the aircraft a bit. We've got some speed. There we go. It's kind of half barrel, half aileron, but close enough. What's that? Ooh. Interesting. See, that's probably a very distinctive building in real life, but the autogen's just been like, oh, it's probably a bunch of commie blocks stuck together. Alright, we're gonna circle back around. Actually, I should probably check where the wind's coming from. That would be a big brain idea, considering this thing does not like crosswinds. And it is very windy here, holy shit. Pick the windiest possible airfield to land at. Hello, winds? Oh shit, okay, yeah, well, there's a slight breeze. Slight fucking breeze, holy Jesus. Alright, we're gonna come in from the other end, and we're gonna have a quartering crosswind. At fucking, what is that, 15 knots? Let's go. Let's go. I could probably call the tower, but I can't be arsed. It'll be fine. Okay, canopy! Whoa, that's a crane. I didn't see that until the last moment. Did not see it until the last moment. Right. So that's one of the things that we love VFR add-on adds. That's the one that was conflicting with the Pripyat scenery and adding all the extra antennas and chimneys. What it does is for all of Europe and all of the Americas, and I think pretty soon all of Asia, it adds cranes, chimneys, everything based on actual aeronautical charts, so wherever there should be a navigation hazard, there is one. It's fucking fantastic, because a lot of the default scenery doesn't include navigation hazards like chimneys or tower cranes. I need to slow the fuck down, so make sure our revs are fully up. I'm going to back trim, and we're going to turn in. I can feel the crosswind as I'm turning. It's that strong. It's actually pushing me through the turn. It honestly does. If I had force feedback in this, or like some sort of 6 degrees of freedom fucking like bubble to play in, it would feel like actual real life. Like, all the visual cues are there, all of the sound cues are there, the only thing that's missing is the physical movement. Oh, that's a cool looking building. Probably not get distracted on final, huh? Okay, 160 gear. Yeah, you really do. Alright. Fucking nose on this thing is so long, it's impossible to see over. We'll half unlock the hatch. Flap, nose goes down because the flaps hang so low beneath the wings. Ooh, that fucking headwind. Ooh. We need some power. That is a hell of a fucking wind. Jesus. I'm pretty sure I'm well past Spitfire's wind rating here. But I'm also quite sure they landed them in worse during World War II, so we're gonna suck it up. My big problem is I don't want to go off the runway after I land, which it does quite readily. It's a nice wide runway at least. Okay, I'm fast, so we're gonna chop the throttle and just let us settle. I said let us settle. Okay. Flaps come in once we're on the ground. Ooh, no, no, no. You fucking straighten out, please. The fucking ground handling is the worst part of this module. It's gonna scrape the wing. So the issue is that they haven't modeled the free castering tail wheel. The tail wheel actually steers with the rudder, which it shouldn't in real life. Hopefully they will fix that at some point. It makes it fucking nightmarish to land or take off in this thing, because you've got the tail wheel actively steering with your rudder input, and if you're trying to land into a fucking crosswind like I was here, although it's mostly head, it's kinda cross. If you're trying to land into a fucking crosswind, it's just horrible, because as soon as you kick the rudder over to try and straighten the plane out, the tail fishes out from behind you and it sends you off the runway. So, like, in the air, it's a beautiful aircraft, but as soon as you get the fucking tail wheel on the ground, it's... ugh. So please, Flying Iron, please, priority. Just please. Please. I'm begging. Alright, we'll open the fucking side door. Oh, the wind's died down. It's gusting is what it is. It's gusting. So it's like 3 knots, 4 knots now, but it was gusting to fucking 15 on the first fly past, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it looked like 15. Hey, Nico. I see a Yak 18 parked over there, which is actually very appropriate for this area. I can't wait for more of the Soviet-era airliners to release for this. There's a beautiful Tupolev 134, or Tupolev, I guess, 134 in the works. I'm hoping Felis ports the 154 as well from X-Plane. Really hope so, because the 154 is one of my favorite airliners. I don't usually fly airliners in flight sims, but when it's something like that, if it's a vintage airliner or a tri-jet, I will absolutely fly it. Let's park up next to this other Spitfire. So it's populating the airport with aircraft that I own. In this case, there's a Jabiru on one side of me and a Spitfire on the other. He's got his engine running. And a Corsair over there in the distance. I do also have a plane matching mod, so if there's an airliner going past, we should actually see the correct type of aircraft. Although I haven't seen that many airliners so far today. Oh, there we go, there's some over there. It doesn't seem to match the GA stand zone. It populates the GA stands with just random stuff. Right, so hatches open, trims neutralized out, rad flap off, pitot heat off, oxy-reg can go off. We're not going to be breathing oxygen down, well, we don't need to because we've got actual air. Whoop, just Excuse me, zooming in. We'll turn the oxygen stop valve off. Fuel tank is already fine, we don't need to worry about that. Okay, turn fuel pressurization off. We will turn our floodlights off. There we go. And we will go ahead and yeet that. Turn the mags off, turn the fuel off. I do actually want that on, that's my parking brake. And then all we've got left to worry about is the battery. Go away, logbook. There we go. Interesting, it didn't count one of my landings. Oh no, that's right, because the takeoff at the start of the flight. Never mind, I'm dumb. Wait, What? It's all missile. Asobo. It's all misaligned. They've broken it. It was fine last patch, but it's all stanky. So it's all like diagonal. But yeah, okay, so 2 landings, 2-day landings, 1-day takeoff. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, no, that's not fine, because I took off 2... I've taken off twice, so I didn't count one of my takeoffs, for whatever reason. Anyway, ooh. The AI are not very clever. That's an AI plane. They're not very good with the Spitfire. They do this to themselves all the fucking time. Might be worth looking at a Sobo. But they don't just do it with the Spit though, I've seen them do it with the default game planes as well. The Spitfire is just more noticeable because it's very easy to tip over. Anyway, we'll pretend that we don't see him. He's just like the Hogget training server. I am going to go ahead and figure out where I can send you guys, but before we do that, let's get a nice cinematic view. Where the fuck is my camera? Why is it over there? Okay, well, yep, he doesn't exist. We definitely don't see anything there. Let's get a nice cinematic view of the airport and the city around it. You can see that storm really building there in the distance. There we go. No, I wish. One day DCS will probably have, you know, well, it'll have the whole world. I don't know if the scenery will be this detailed. I hope so. But, no, not playing DCS. I was playing it earlier. I might send you guys to... Ooh. Steve's streaming. I think I'll send you guys to Steve. Give me a moment here. If you put exclamation mark specs in chat, the bot will tell you. Do it quickly though, because the raid's about to start. Alright, there we go. Raid should be good to go. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, guys. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I will probably catch you... Shit, what day is this? Like fucking Wednesday or Thursday? I don't know. I'll catch you in a couple days' time. We'll probably do some DCS and maybe a couple other things. But until then, enjoy Steve. And I'll see you on the next one.